So it says we are now technically officially live streaming on Facebook. Welcome everyone for our book launch of American Graveyard, Calls to End Gun Violence. It is a bittersweet celebration for myself and all of the contributors who are in these two books to be here today. If you have not had a chance to go to the website, please do so. redorgreenbooks.com. Red is R-E-A-D, because I live in New Mexico and everything is red or green chili. And I'm a poet and I'm sassy and poetic license, right? So let's go. And Dawn, you're welcome to, if you see folks in the waiting room, you're welcome to hit the admit button and let them come on in. We're gonna go down this incredible list. We have 43 readers signed up from the two anthologies today to go through there. For those who are not familiar, Red or Green Books is a female-forward press that I started during COVID-19. To date, we have published over 200 people. With the 8 debut authors we're launching this summer, we have published over 50 books in almost 3 years. So it's an incredible thing. So please go to the website. I'm going to do a quick share screen so that I can tell you about some of the upcoming things that are happening. And we have a, that's not what I'm looking for. Here we go with this one. We have some upcoming events here at Red or Green Books. We have a book club every month. We're featuring a new book. And this month for April, it is Was by Elizabeth Oots. Elizabeth is also in the American Graveyard art book. And we do an author talk at the end of every month with the author. And there's also a coupon to purchase the book. You do not need to purchase the book or to have read the book to be involved in the author talk. If you would like to meet the author, talk to the author, hear their story, hear them read, it is a wonderful opportunity. And we have the New Mexico Poetry Summit here in Albuquerque, September 8th, 9th, and 10th. And I realize it's 9/9/2023, so it could be a magical number that Saturday. Early bird tickets are on sale. They're only $25 to come. The list of everyone who is signed up to read is over 15 people, some flying in from Canada. I know Jeff Cottrell's in the room. He'll be here. A bunch of folks are coming in from out of town. It's a wonderful opportunity to have a really intimate type of summit with your fellow poets. If you're interested in sponsoring, where did it go? I lost it. If you're interested in sponsoring a senator, this is our sponsor, a senator QR code. It is only $15 US to have us send a copy of the American Graveyard Calls to End Gun Violence literary anthology to a U.S. state senator. Of course, you remain anonymous. Our goal is to send it to all 102 state senators. And I'm going to stop the share screen and get back to business. All right. Oh, Vex Lex is coming in the room. Huge shout out to Vex Lex. When I did the call for this book, you know, well, I'll backtrack a little because I got to read a poem too, dang it. My youngest daughter was 2 years old when Newtown happened. And when Uvalde, Texas happened, she was 12. And I knew I needed to do something. As a mom, as a person, I even broke down and cried after one of my lives because I was so upset at what happened in Uvalde, Texas. And I said, we have to do something. I am one person. I can't do a lot as one person, but we are many. We are many in this community. And so I just said, I can do a book. I can put an anthology together. I had no idea I would have as many submissions. We have well over 100 submissions for this book. And in fact, that is how we broke it into 2 books, right? So we have the literary anthologies, 200 pages. We have 67 contributors from all over the world. In fact, the statistic is 23 states, including Washington, D.C., and 8 different countries are in this book. And then the art book is 50 pages full color. The artwork on the art book is cover art by Ella Diem. She is in the book. She's a cover artist for Red or Green Books. She's also Fresh Linen's wife. We love her. And the artwork for American Graveyard, the literary anthology, is a collaboration between myself and Coach Josh Smalls, who is here today. So those are some ways that you can help if you're not sure what to do. Share the link get the book, buy 2, give 1 away. If you can't afford the $25, maybe hopefully you can at least afford the 15 for us to send it to U.S. State Center, and we can get going today. All right, for those who are just joining us, welcome, welcome. You're going to notice the security is a little tighter in the room today because unfortunately, you know, sometimes we have people who aren't here for the right reasons, and we're really wanting to minimize the amount of disruption to today. So you can't unmute yourself unless I invite you, and you won't be able to use the backdoor chats to chat with each other. So please, if you have something to say, feel free to post it to the group. If you need to DM me, feel free to DM me. The first 3 poets up today, and for those who are just joining us, your time went back 5 minutes. So like Gustav, you're scheduled for 3:15, so I can get this done hopefully in 2.5 minutes. This poem is titled Nashville 2023. This is for the parents who sent their kid to school that morning. This is for the school doors not being bulletproof, for the staff who were on the other side of campus, for the phone call that didn't connect fast enough. This is for the 911 operator relaying tragedy. This is for the traffic and the officers with rapid heartbeats who did not hesitate. This is for the administrator who announced, lockdown, not a drill. This is for the teacher with not enough hiding places. This is for the children afraid. This is for the teachers afraid. This is for the first responders afraid. This is for the parents who don't know yet. This is for the size 9 t-shirt that was not headlocked. This is for the hand tried to stop bullets. This is for the bone that didn't mean to, the blood that didn't mean to drain, the muscle that didn't mean to shred, the breath that didn't mean to quit. This is for the heart that didn't mean to beat so fast it stopped. This is for the cereal that didn't mean to be a last meal. This is for the adrenaline that couldn't fix it. This is for the EMTs who couldn't arrive in time, for the paramedics who couldn't work a miracle, the ER doctors with not enough blood infusions, and the surgeons who could not say, your baby made it. This is for those who discovered the bodies and those who delivered the news. This is for the bullet that never wanted to be born to cause death. This is for the gun that never consented to slaughter. This is for those who did not do better. This is for the coroner and the casket, for the death certificates and the burial. This is for the grieving ground saturated with blood and for all who will die tomorrow. This is for the poets who document the loss. This is for all the stolen futures, all the dreams never to come true, for all the empty beds and dinner plates, all the grief and tears and rage. This is for the change that must come. This is for love not being enough. This is for faith breaking more and more every day. Thank you. I wrote that last night. All right, without further ado, let's go down the list. I know you can't unmute, but we're feeling the love today. Let me find, there he is. The Magus, Gustav Salas is in the house. Let me invite him to unmute and take over the open mic today. Hello, Gustav. How are you?
Hello. I'm doing well. Thank you, Marissa, for this space. Thank you, beloved poets, for showing up. This is Born of Nonsense. Born of nonsense, this poem comes hither. The words, they crawl, they creep, they slither into my mind, then onto the page. I write to try to assuage the rage that fills my heart when all I see is men behaving frightfully, slaughtering innocents without remorse, using legal guns, of course. For the Second Amendment is a suicide pact. How many more must die before we act? And this is Melt the Guns by Andy Partridge of XTC. Programs of violence as entertainment brings the disease into your own room. We know the germ, which is man-made in metal, is really the key to your own tomb. Prevention is better than cure. Bad apples affecting the pure. You'll gather your senses, I'm sure, then agree to melt the guns, melt the guns, melt the guns, and never more to fire them. Melt the guns, melt the guns, melt the guns, and never more desire them. Children will want them, mothers supply them, as long as your killers are heroes. And all the media will fiddle while Rome burns, acting like modern type Neros. Prevention is better than cure. Bad apples affecting the pure. You'll gather your senses, I'm sure, then agree to melt the guns, melt the guns, melt the guns, and never more to fire them. Melt the guns, melt the guns, melt the guns, and never more desire them. I'm speaking to the Justice League of America, the US of A, hey you, yes you in particular. When it comes to the judgment day and you're standing at the gates with your weaponry, you'll go down dead on one knee, clasp your hands in prayer and start quoting me. Because we say, our Father, we managed to contain the epidemic in one place now. Let's hope they shoot themselves instead of others, help to civilize the race now. We've trapped the cause of the plague in the land of the free and the home of the brave. If we listen quietly, we can hear them shooting from grave to grave. You ought to melt the guns, melt the guns, melt the guns, and never more to fire them. Melt the guns, melt the guns, melt the guns, and never more desire them. Thank you. Peace.
Oh man, let's go. Let's go. Gustav Salas, we're so glad to have you here. Such an honor. Thank you so super much for being here, for being part of this anthology. Feel free, y'all, to drop your socials and whatnot as we go. And did I freeze again? I hope I'm not frozen again. That would be just terrible. Okay, good. All right, so next up we got Generalissimo Brian Franco, followed by Robert Fleming, and then
Mute, Marissa.
yeah, I can hear you. You're really faint though.
Me? Am I fine?
There you go. I hear you now.
Okay. First poem, I'm gonna meet a gun. Sits atop a table. He hasn't been touched. It's cold to touch. The single thing he felt, his palm hugged the handle. The exact moment he allowed his trigger finger to finger the trigger, he felt the tired whites of his eyes lose their bloodshot. At the practice range, he aimed his new possession at a life-size, human-shaped piece of cardstock paper with bullseyes printed face and chest. He knew he held a new power. He knew he held the power to end a life. He also knew better. But there were times he wanted more bullets and a larger magazine, an opportunity to write his own story, or rather shoot his story with more power. And this is known in the gun violence anthology. It's called Caveat. To be skillfully lazy can take a lot of extra time and work. I do not feel comfortable saying the word caveat. It's one of those words that sounds like it should be only spoken by people with PhDs. I've thought about using it in quite a few poems only to decide against it after looking up the definition. In essence, a caveat is a stipulation or proviso that allows someone to not follow a rule or procedure, basically an assumption or workaround. At least that's what I think. Caveat is a word often used to replace the word excuse, and I'm an expert at making excuses that don't cut the mustard. So after I backed my car from the garage the other day, I turned on the radio to NPR and decided to set my iTunes to Stevie Wonder because I wasn't in the mood to listen to another news report about another mass shooting. If I'm having a bad day, do I get an exemption from listening to another story about a mass shooting? Was the fact that prescription medication suddenly rose from $12 to $218 per month a caveat for me to avoid listening to this news story that almost seems commonplace due to its frequency of occurrence? Have I found a caveat for the indifference I was expressing by choosing Stevie instead? Was I becoming desensitized to mass shootings despite I still can't comprehend how anyone can commit such violence or why a civilian can buy a war weapon expressly engineered for accurate killing of multiple humans? I used to think there was an unwritten rule of the natural order of things that says if a mass shooting happens 1 or 2 days after another mass shooting can't happen for at least another 3 weeks or a month. But the fates have found a caveat around that. How do any of us make any sense of any of this? Is there a caveat that allows us to decide one mass shooting is worse than another when it happens at a school rather than a church or synagogue or mosque or gay bar or grocery store or music festival? How about whether the mass shooting happened at a high school, middle school, or elementary school? How about a mass shooting of hate concerning ethnicity, race, religion, sexual orientation, or a combination? Do I live in a country where the inalienable right to have caveats where caveats should not exist exists? There are no caveats or excuses for these mass shootings. There are no caveats or excuses for indifference expressed by our elected officials who are not passing laws that should make our schools and grocery stores and malls and other public spaces safer. Their indifference is not a caveat or excuse for our indifference. Simply put, there is no excuse for any of it anymore. To be skillfully lazy can take a lot of extra time and work. Gracias, everyone. Thank you, Marissa.
Oh, my twin. Oh, Generalissimo. I always say, well, he actually calls me his twin because we were born on the same day, just only a few years apart. But I'm so glad to have you in this book, G. Let's go. All right, Robert Fleming, I'm going to make you a temporary co-host, okay, so that you may share the screen. And then we'll continue rocking and rolling. Let me ask you to unmute, although you should be able to do that now.
Good afternoon. I'm Robert Fleming, a writer and graphic artist from Delaware, and 2 of my art pieces were included in the art anthology. I'm going to share one of them today. When I saw this opportunity to contribute, I wanted to do something which was new as a graphic arts piece. The 2 initial concepts I thought of were already done. They were chocolate bullets, and the other one was to combine a firearm with a man's penis. So I chose something else. And this was the image that I chose. What I focused on was what could prevent a human from being able to pull the trigger to launch a firearm. And there's a condition, a medical condition called trigger finger. Usually with the middle index finger, you cannot extend it forward. And so that was the inspiration for this piece. The second piece I want to share was something for me which hopefully led to being a peaceful man. As an adult, I realized that my parents introduced me to people just like me, white, English speaking, and Jewish. And I'm going to share a poem when I was a child where I met someone who was different from me. She spoke French and was Christian. So let me share that poem. It's called Neighbors from Across Town. I am from drooling SpaghettiO sauce onto a white t-shirt. Mama, oy vey, take off that t-shirt now. I silently run out of the kitchen. I am from Montreal's Westmount. I schooled at the Roslyn Red Brick Schoolhouse. I tell my Shar Shemaim Sunday school teacher, pee-pee, and run to the monkey bars. I am from trimming my room's blue shag carpet and strum a white Fender guitar with reverb set to 10. Where are you from? In the synagogue playground, we play tag. Ari has cream skin, speaks English, and pushes me to the ground. The kids are from where I'm from. At Park Mont Royal, a girl with laced white-black ice skates glides into my red and white Canadian hockey shirt. Girl screams, "Garçon stupide." Boy, "Not stupid, Guy Lafleur." Girl, "Jocelyne Ballerine." Girl wears a gold necklace with a cross and a blue wool hat with a pom-pom. Girl laughs, "D'où vient cette fille?" Boy, "Don't care where you're from." Girl figure eights 3 times around the rink and pushes my back. Girl sings, "Jocelyne vient de l'église." Boy, "From church." I drop my hockey stick, speed skate to Jocelyne, put my right white mitten in Jocelyne's left blue mitten. "Je m'appelle Robert." And that was my first memory of making a friend who spoke a different language from mine, French, and being of a different religion. Thank you for letting me share, and greetings from Delaware.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Robert Fleming. Definitely thank you for being part of this anthology. And yes, get the art book. If you guys have not got the art book yet, please do so. Get both of them. The anthology is only $25. The art book is $20 full color. If you want both together, they're only $40. So, like, you know, broaden someone's horizon by sharing this book. All right, next up, we got the lovely Jacqueline Stark, Joan Lang, Jay St. Cyr in 2. And then the next 3 after that are Charlene Neely, Edward Galt, who I don't see in the room, and Ed Poetastic. All right, let me find Jacqueline. There she is. Invite you to unmute, please, and take it away.
Hi. I'm going to go ahead and read the poem that I have in the book. And it's pretty true to life as to what happened. I wrote it shortly after Parkland, and it's, you know, continues to be relevant, which is just disgusting anyway. So this is called Alert. In the community college classroom, we watch a video of the Parkland students speaking before a room full of attentive listeners at Kennedy School of Government. We look at graphs of guns per capita. The United States is #1. My students from China, Cape Verde, Ethiopia, Pakistan just don't understand. Our phones buzz simultaneously. Alert, there's been a stabbing. A student who came in late, who always comes in late, casually mentions walking by a trail of blood on his way to class, drops forming a path from the men's room, past our classroom door, and continuing down the dark basement hallway. Alert, there's been a stabbing. I look over at the 6-year-old boy whose mom brought him to class today, curly head bowed in concentration toward the small screen he holds in his hands, thumbs busily clicking. I catch his mother's eyes. She mouths, "Don't worry, he doesn't understand." Alert, there's been a stabbing. Suspect still at large. Students ask if they can leave. I say, no, I think we should wait. Suddenly the door flies open, smacks hard into the back wall. A tall young man comes in, asks if he can sit down. "Too many police out there," he says. "I needed to get away." Alert, there's been a stabbing. Suspect is in custody. I walk to the door to peek into the hallway and see a tangled web of yellow tape. The sign on the classroom wall says, "In the event of an active shooter, lock and barricade door," but the door only locks from the outside and all the furniture is flimsy. It says, "Keep out of sight and take cover behind concrete walls, thick desks, or file cabinets." There is nothing here that fits that description. That's it.
Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness, Jacqueline. Y'all, I know you can't unmute and stuff, but I do hope that you're feeling the love. Feel free. I mean, you can clap or shake your hands, whatever it is that you enjoy to share your love visually with Jacqueline. Thank you for being part of this launch as well. All right, we're going to keep rolling because we're ahead of time, and that's always a blessing. So Joan, let's see where Joan is and get her. La la la. Joan.
Hi, here I am.
There you are. How did you unmute? Did it
I
let
got an
you?
invitation to unmute somehow.
Oh my God. My co-host, my wonderful co-host, Dawn Krieger, is on it. Thank you so much, Dawn, for being on it, because I'm actually in a Chromebook. Normally in Zoom, it alphabetizes the room, but here it puts it by who entered in first. And so I have to kind of scroll through everything in order to do that.
That's
So
why
thank God I have a
lot of
co-host
people
who
in front of
is brilliant. So welcome. Let me spotlight you.
Hello, I'm all set. Well, thank you, Marissa, for doing this. It's just such an important book. I mean, it's everyone needs to read it. And I know that we used to do protests. We had a group that did protests outside in Salem, Mass, which is near where I live. And every month we were out there protesting, and there's a lot of tourists that come by and people from all over the world. And every single person from every single country would say, what is wrong with this country? And yes, Jacqueline, I mean, Jacqueline's not too far from me. And, you know, why are we number one? Why do we have more shootings than every other country combined? It's just wrong. And I really appreciate that you're sending the book to the senators, because that's a wonderful way to directly to address them. And I have a quote from Betty White where she says, "I send my thoughts and prayers to the senators who voted down gun legislation. My thoughts are, do your damn job and make it stop. And my prayer is that you get voted out." And that's what we're here to do. We're here to make a difference. And I'm just so honored to be part of the group. I have 2 poems. One is from the book, American Graveyard. And then I have a second poem that's coming out in a book called Resist, which is about the greed from the gun manufacturers and the video game makers and everyone who's a part of making money so that people die. And it's just terrifying. And so that's coming out soon on Vagabond Press. Here are my 2 poems. One is one of despair, and one is one of hope. The first poem, Live Free or Die. Bang! Here they come again, assaulting with rifles, taunting our right to live, to give our family food, go to school, pray, get medical care, and work in peace. No, those from the gun lobbies paid sums to have their video games feature their guns, not just the visual you see, but the added heightened sense of reality with the vibrating sensation. Bam, 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 bam. You've hit someone with your gun. Doesn't it feel good? Knock on wood, it's not your neighbor or your daughter or your dad when some teen turns bad and grabs a gun from an unlocked cabinet or some store on the street and says, look at me, while I stroll anywhere you might be. And you wipe your friend's blood on your face to stay on earth and not get hurt. I'll rat-a-tat-tat with my machine gun and wipe the floor clean with your tears. I won't ask how you vote. You'll just never go home. And I'll stream it all live on the screen until, quite possibly, I die. My mind is made up. Love letter from 2078, a message of hope. Thank you for the flowers and the way you care about me, not only today. The world needs to know that in order for me to love and grow, they had to make gun violence go away. My mother hid her friend, my dad, and shielded him from harm as she lay lifeless on the floor, disguised with blood from another. not as lucky, wiped on her face and chest. I won the state science fair and promoted solar energy around the globe. Children help while inheriting the earth, and knowing its worth will steward her back to health. My graduate project created 3D machines to print houses inexpensively, so no one need live outdoors or sleep on cardboard, and instead live with dignity. Our wedding gifts were fruitful too. We asked our guests to activate, lift others up, and remove human rights abuse from the world. As we stood safely beneath our hoopah with plenty to eat. And today, on our anniversary, we ask our family and friends to make sure hunger ends. There is no need in this land of plenty for lack like that. Our children have gone on to feel the same. Instead of getting mired in blame, take action, stop the hurt. Know every person's worth. We planted seeds that shall feed the universe forever. And that is why, on our anniversary, I thank you for the flowers you've sown with me along the way, my beloved. There were no guns to take our lives away. Broken hearts, shattered visions, come together one by one. Hurt another and the world's destroyed, but save a life and you will save the world. No more darkness, no more crying, no more hiding, no more lies. Looking for the way back home again. Save a life and you will save the world. Morning comes, a new day has begun. See the light and come to greet the day. Take my hand, we'll build the world together. Save a life and you will save the world. Take my hand, we'll build the world together. Save a life and you will save the world. Thank you.
Oh my God, I was not ready. Y'all weren't ready either. I know you weren't ready. If I wasn't ready, you weren't ready. I know. That was beautiful. That was sensational. Thank you so much, Joan. Oh my God, what a blessing you are. I kind of had this like creepy, like if the guy who does all the dark claymation animation, I can't think of his name at this moment, but if he like took over Disney and hijacked it to talk about gun violence, yeah, I would absolutely have your voice there, because you lull truth into something, you know, that's beautiful and easy to swallow. So yeah, let's go. J St. C is here. I'm gonna make her a co-host temporarily so that she can share her work. She is in the art book, and she's amazing as well. I gotta just say, I love seeing everyone's faces because it's like a cool, awesome bonding thing. All right, so take it away, J St. C. Next, we got Charlene Neely.
Can everyone hear me okay? Hi, so just a quick reference, I have a wonderful family on my personal account that is signed in as my full name. To share my screen, I will need to be under my artistic persona, which is J St. C. I am so honored to be here with all of you. Thank you for taking the time to listen to me and everyone else. Thank you, Marissa, for the forum, for the opportunity to put our feelings and desires and hopes and rage somewhere over this topic. Yeah, this poem I wrote as a raft of rage in a sea of despair shortly after the shooting in Uvalde, and then Roe versus Wade falling drowned us all. 9 months or so later here, one gestational period, more or less, it's still a raft I am very much floating on. It's still necessary because Tennessee legislators and mifepristone are getting banned this week for essentially the same message and goal as my poem, as most of the work here. And that is that we ought to be protecting women and kids, not guns, specifically for me, automatic assault rifles. With that said, I do want to offer an activation or trigger warning for our audience. This is going to get loud, vulgar, and violent. This is how I felt since this happened. I'm going to own that. And please take care of yourself as needed. If you feel at all uncomfortably indicted, I'd ask you to sit with that. Wonder a bit about why that is, because I sure have. The only reason I got published is because I'm irate and in anguish that children are, and women, and a lot of people beyond that one shooting are unnecessarily dead. I assure you, it was uncomfortable to write this as well. Until this ends, we are all complicit, but especially politicians, legislators, and men, and those who would support assault rifle ownership without any kind of logic. The facts bear this out time and again. No other woman, human, or child should have to die for the sake of anyone getting to hold an automatic weapon. Thank you for hearing me for the sake of those whose words can no longer be spoken. I'm going to share a screen on, if I may, on just the text of this. It's a long poem, but I'm going to go fast because it poured out of me in a rage. And I just, in the event that, you know, freezings or things happen, I want you all to be able to see the text if you miss something. So maybe for J St. C, a screen share before I get rolling. Otherwise, I'm just gonna.
It should let you do it because I made you co-host, so it should.
Share screen. It says host disabled participant screen share.
It should let you do it. All right, I'm gonna click multiple participants for this. Y'all behave.
I do love to be an exception to the rules, if I can say. I'm honored to be throwing a wrench in the system. It's what I live for. And those who are here to support me know that. So there you have it. I want this one. Thank you all so much. Without further ado, I present for you, We'll Die for You Again. Women and children die and defend themselves from warped male minds while the police hide and cry about being scared for their lives. Who are the heroes here? The martyred ladies and the babies they care for already daily? Or the good guys with guns just milling around while gunshots still ring out an hour later? An hour! Do you know how much a teacher gets done in an hour, you sniveling fucking cowards? And you just sit there doing the math of saving your own ass while childcare specialists die in the class they decorated because of a class of weapons y'all created so you can strap your own dicks to your back and play Rambo with the rest of us as collateral damage to your stupid fantasy that you, because of that gun, you matter. Well, I've got news for you motherfuckers of the would-be mass shooter variety or hall monitor pansy-ass pistol-turning cops who let children take hundreds of bullets. You don't matter. You never did. Just the teachers, just the kids, just the inevitability of the daily strong work of growing and developing and loving humans, mostly done by women, not mowing them down for shitty, basic, personal reasons, mostly done by men. We don't remember your names, Dylan who? Salvatore, whatever his face? Adam, what was wrong with you? Again? Or was his name someone should have done something, Smith? Or perhaps we all knew something was off, Wesson. Why is it always that dumb, sick, usually white man couldn't go take care of himself? Like women are always doing. Oh yeah, plus their kids. Women who, in the state of Texas today, can't choose whether to be forced to birth a child who could maybe die in an underfunded public school classroom anyways, while the overfunded cops watch on the sidelines in SWAT gear? Isn't that a late-term abortion? You stupid fucking politicians, vote to elect more guns and absolve yourselves of your glaring responsibility to the dead you endorse with decades of inaction. Until someone shoots their children in the head after lunch at the end of a school year because why? Public services failed him, but an AR-15 was affordable and legal for that child to have? What in the actual fuck, publicans? Do you not see? Have your eyes been shut out like those little kids? Maybe they should be. Only then would you clearly understand the urgency, the absurdity, the sheared lifetime's education and sheer terror that our nation's youth keep getting. Why not you too then? think and pray about what it could mean if the enablers and instigators of assault rifle violence had to watch their step, their backs, their children's backpacks. Did you know they sell a Kitty Kevlar bulletproof version these days? Perfect for lockdown drills, but it doesn't protect the head or from tired teachers too optimistic to not prop a door open on a sunny, almost summer's day. It was almost summer! And but for a few weeks, this shooter was almost still a kid, given the easiest access you could ever ask for to go buy the tools of death and do what he did, because that's all this actually is. And none of the gun-slanging shitheads on either side can simply admit that if you don't let boys, angry about what they deserve as men, have automatic assault rifles, a lot fewer women and children would end up dead over and over again. The answer to bad guys with guns isn't good guys with guns. It's no guys with guns like the ones men keep shooting at us. Have you been to 4th grade? When you have something unsafe, teachers take it away. Not make it easier to get. Makes you wonder whether anyone in Congress ever learned this shit, not just how to perform grief and get reelected. It's enough to make you want to put a bullet through a gender that can't seem to comprehend its own mess. So they just fire on us yet again, and all it would take is an assault weapons ban that before 1994 we once already had. Then men would have to go back to killing us just 1 or 2 at a time, mostly with their bare hands at close range, instead of with their pseudo-prick powder stick weapon of war that serves only to prove to them they don't have to have a skill or a heart to be a success. Just an itchy trigger finger and a sense of entitlement. You fucking idiots. With your wannabe warrior culture of firing instead of fucking learning to ask for help, like those 9-year-olds did. 19 of them. From the police, those strong, supposedly brave professional men who then did not even give it, as the calls continued coming in, not before to the broken boy planning his massacre, not during a day where death claimed the most innocent, and certainly never in the aftermath, never then, when the time for action, advancement, and accountability arrived yet again, not then either, or the next time. Fuck all those mothers expecting their children to live, to make it home from school in a country where safety is just a gun's privilege to give, that a man might feel manly when maybe you know otherwise he wouldn't. And men annihilate themselves through us, our hope, and our future, one mass shooting at a time. God bless America and its motherfucking men. Yeah, sure, we'll die for you again. And in the time between now and my first draft, another 19 at least have been shot while our fearless leaders thought and prayed and laughed. Thank you all for being here.
Holy, that just happened. That just happened, y'all. Holy smokes. Goddamn. I'm just gonna say that. J. St. C. Yes, if you're not following her, follow. Let's go. Get the book. Everyone's bios are in the book. Each contributor has a bio in the book with their handles and stuff. All right, let's go. Charlene Neely, you are up next. Let's see if we can find Charlene. You know what? I'm because I'm actually working 2 computers today. Smart me said that one of the computers is alphabetical order. So, but Charlene, I don't see her. Oh, there she is. She's already unmuted because my co-host is amazing. Dawn Krieger, thank you so much. All right, so where is she? Now I have to try to switch between computers. All right, so Charlene, I'm going to go ahead and spotlight you. And there we go. And mute myself.
Thank you. Marissa, thank you so much for doing this book and for this reading. It's well needed, and we need to get the word out there. I'm going to read real quickly the 2 poems I have in the book. Life expectancy of 19 children. Before COVID, the average Joe could expect to live 78.7 years. After COVID, it had dropped 6 years. And because some people think they need access to artillery meant to be used in war only, for fun, for whatever excuse they can think of, 19 children and 2 teachers, protectors, died That is a loss of 22,885 days stolen from each child who might have found a cure for cancer, become president, or brokered world peace. 19 lives that lost 434,824 hours in which they would have graduated, raised a family, made a difference in the world, or even in one life. Their parents will not hold the grandchildren these boys and girls would have produced. 19 families that will never be whole again. And my other poem is called 19, and it has an epigraph. Your child has cried and not been comforted. Dina Lynette. They thought that he wouldn't shoot any more children while they waited for someone to come with a key to open the door, a tragedy of terrors. They didn't think any children were alive, though the students called 911 for help. 19 officers waited in the hallway, trained and ready to do what was needed in an active shooter situation, but did not. At the NRA convention, just miles away, amidst a huge display of military weapons, the man said citizens should be armed with just such weapons to protect our people by shooting down perceived enemies, and perhaps a few innocent as they do so. They played together at recess, tetherball, jumped rope, tag. A fourth grade girl survived by putting her hands in a friend's blood. The friend, already dead, then smeared herself with it to play dead. Not a game for school children. Now they say they made mistakes. They were misled. Information was wrong. But the bodies of 19 students and 2 teachers say we should have followed protocol. Thank you very much.
Oh my goodness. Thank you so much for being here, Charlene. I am really enjoying meeting everyone face to face in this, because the page is one thing, but then to watch you perform the pieces is just, it really pulls at my heartstrings. Edward Galt, I don't see Edward in the room. So what we'll do is we'll just go ahead. Last call. If you, Edward, if you're here under a different name, you're welcome to raise your hand with the emojis and let us know you're here. But I didn't see you come in. So I just wanted to give you a sec to let me know if you're here. A quick little announcement. A lot of people have been asking, like, are we collaborating with other types of organizations? So I decided, well, even before, people have been asking, I decided, well, we have a book, now what, right? I don't do anything normal. Those of you who know me long enough know I don't do anything normal. It's not enough just to have one book. You got to have 2. One's got to be full color. Now what? So I said, we got to do more. What can we do more? And I'm like, well, reading the bios of all of the contributors, we're all in a lot of places. So we can come together to maybe do a little bit more. So I started an outreach committee here at Red or Green Books with the contributors from American Graveyard. If you guys check your emails, all the contributors were sent an email to and an invitation to be part of that if you would like. right now we have Maria de Rosario Perez. She's going to be the chair. MJ Lang, Jacqueline Stark, Liz Minette, and Heta Williams, Crip Lyrical, Jason C, and Gail Wasserman have signed up to be part of this committee, where we can outreach with others, either in our communities or in, you know, larger national to global networks that align with the same philosophy of this book. So don't worry, we are not going to stop here. Your work is not in vain. We are going to continue to grow. If you want to be part of that movement, reach out to me, go to the website, email me, marissa@redogreenbooks.com. Those of you who are contributors, check your emails, because we, you know, I sent that out. And if you want to be part of that movement, we would love to have you. All right, let's keep going. Ed Poetastic makes everyone feel fantastic. I fucking love Ed. Let's see. Poetastic, where are you? You're here. All right, I got you. Let me see if I can invite you to Spotlight and take it away, my friend. Next after Ed is going to be Anheta Williams.
Sure, no problem. Thank you. Thank you. My name is Ed Poetastic. Feeling fantastic. Please get time to enjoy my rhyme for Sublime. I got one poem that's in the wonderful Gun Vibes anthology. This is called Grieving Gun. Bullet of a name, a foggy mind, common sense tossed in flames, innocent corpses left behind. A pool of crimson, a flood of emotions, a frigid hungry gun, names tossed in the ocean, a crying monster, a trail of blood, remorse from a butcher, stings from a billion suns, empty flaming hearts, a river of tears, guilt shooting darts, the sirens are here. A collage of faces, time stands still, dark empty spaces, the inhumane chills, screams of justice, silence of deaf ears, ignorance is bliss, sadness draws near. Memories in twilight, words left unsaid, darkness in hindsight, regrets left dead. Tears in the streets, love with angels, bodies covered in concrete, feet full of animals, lives taken away, coffins become full, days of decay, one bloodthirsty fool. Funerals on display, ceremonies in black, many emotional heart attacks, crying hearts crack. Clouds of gray, downpour of rain, echoes of disarray, collars of pain. Flowers on altars, many grieving families, legends of slaughter, many deep sympathies. Thank you. My heart goes out for all the victims that lost their lives from gun violence. Hope your loved ones rest in eternal peace. Thank you.
Oh, Eddie. You're just such a blessing to all of us. Thank you so much for being here. Truly, we appreciate you. Okay, Anheta, where is Anheta? Let me go ahead and ask you to unmute and spotlight you. Oh no. Okay, hang on. Sending it again. There we go. Yes. Oh, it keeps unmuting. It keeps muting. Did it do it again? I think Dawn and I might be clicking the same button. Which I'm not going to click the button, Dawn. You invite her to unmute. I won't invite her to unmute because when I invite her to unmute, I think it actually may be remuting her. No? Okay, let's see. Because now you should be able to talk. You're not muted. Oh, it does it again. Oh, good. She's good. Okay, fabulous. Welcome, Anheta. Nice to see you.
I love the way you pronounce my name. It's
Oh,
Angenta.
no.
It's fun.
Wait.
I love it.
Angenta? Okay.
Yes.
I live in New Mexico. The J's are always
No apologies. I love it. I really did. I'm normally called Angelica or Anjanetta. I love that one.
Okay. All right. Thanks. Sorry.
No apologies. I loved it. This is the poem that's published in the anthology. But when I first wrote it, I wrote it because it seems like the lawmakers are just dumb. Every time we have gun violence, instead of finding out why we have gun violence, we make a law to carry and use more gun violence. Keep doing what you're doing. Keep getting what you got. So here we go. It's real short. Where's the hope? We take for granted that which is precious to us. Recognizing it is a must. It's just as dear to us as our own lives. Without it, our race will not thrive. More precious than our fancy jobs, it should be, I'm sorry, wait a minute. Hold up. Glasses time. Sorry, y'all, trying to be cute. Crap, here we go. I'm back. Sorry, tried to be cute. More precious than our fancy jobs, it should be dear to our hearts. Our young men are our prize. No special ways to save their lives. For every life stolen, one is hidden behind walls. Guns are the thieves. No love, no discipline, no young men. Love thy sons, keep thy sons, not just your son. Get rid of the guns. No attention, do detention. No discipline, penal discipline. When will we take the guns away? When will we give love away? When will society stop thinking about the right to bear arms? When will society start thinking about extending arms? The ostrich needs to lift its head, or our society is dead. We have misdemeanor love in a felony world. Thanks, guys.
Oh my God, let's go. Anjeta. Woo-hoo-hoo! I only say that because she gave me consent to say that. Call her and use that as her new sexy name. But absolutely, right? It's very true. Misdemeanor love in a felony world. Damn. The page and the voice and the way y'all are bringing it today is just, thank you. My heart is overflowing. It would be amazing to see this book be nominated for a Nobel Peace Prize. I know that sounds like some bullshit. I know y'all are thinking I'm talking out my butt, but I'm not. The only thing you need is to be a professor at a university to nominate something for a Nobel Peace Prize. And there are so many incredible people in this book that if that is something you can do, if that's something we could bring poetry, if Bob Dylan can win the Nobel Peace Prize for Literature, this book ought to. It's something to think about. I did notice there are a great many people who are professors or work at universities in these books. And that would be an amazing thing to have accomplished with you all. All right, the next up, we have S.C. Putnam. S is amazing. She is not only my friend, but she's also a poet who we have published here at Red or Green Books. She is our Pulitzer-nominated author. We're so excited to have her be part of our Red or Green Books family. And of course, she's in this book, which is just like extra awesome. So I'm going to turn it over to her. Shania, you're next. Casiolin Petinato, you're on deck. And Jude, I don't see Jude Ansah here. So I'm sad, but we'll see. All right. Hey, S, how are you?
I'm good. How are you? Thanks for hosting.
You know, I've been missing your face. I just got to say, I've been missing your face. We've all bonded over COVID online, so many of us. And now that the world's opened up, I don't get to see as many of you beautiful poets as I would like to. So thank you for being part of this. And yes, there you go.
Okay, grinding the pavement. So I'm going to read 3 pieces, and one of the pieces is going to be from this book. It's called Save Them. 23 years. 23 years is someone's childhood turning into adulthood. 23 years of reckoning and learning and recognizing signs. Hundreds. Millions, billions. How much money does it take to protect our kids? How much time needs to pass before something is done? How much? 23 years since I've graduated high school and the benchmark. 23 years of training America's children how to run from violence, how to save themselves. How does one save oneself if there is no comprehension of violence? How does one save oneself when there's no inclination to run? 23 years, and our most intelligent people have come up with the children must save themselves. I don't want to take America's gun away, but I don't want to see any more of America's children gunned down. I never thought this would be too much to ask. I never thought this would travel too far into the future without any resolution. They want to save the children. We are in this fight together. We are on the same side, right? I am begging you, save the children. Save the ones that are here now. Save mine. Save yours. Save them. Save them. Save them. You want to talk about choice? Let's talk. Let's talk about saving America's future, our children, the ones that are being ignored, forgotten, left behind. 23 years with hundreds of products to be found on the internet to defend oneself from an active shooter. But where is the hope? Where are the products to stop these shooters from developing? Save them. Save them. Save them. Save them before they ever get to that point. And there's that piece. And the next two, all of my heart is about children. Okay. This is if souls were candles. Lives are lit up everywhere I look. Some big, some small, some burning short, some burning on long. The flames once ignited lose their magic like the sun. They burn on to distraction till they're broken into fractions. A malicious act, a tiny flame blown out, and this world grows colder while still spinning about. And my tears, they keep falling, though in silent introspection, wishing love at the world as I push my reflection. What looks back at me doesn't mirror my own. There are eyes of greed and hearts of stone. And these flames that should blaze for all eternity slowly disappear. I wonder, what did we do to deserve them as they vanish into thin air? And then my last piece, madness. I think of all the candles blown out, all the souls lost, and chills crawl down my arms and up my spine, zigzagging in uncontrolled lines. When will madness stop? And how can the new norm be madness? Sadness seeps from the leaky pipes of those held under, those unheard, as the houses debate on fault. We are stuck here without answers or solutions that don't involve politics. Another divide, another day, another blow to this modern way, and yet we cannot get it right as another flame goes out. Thank you. Thank you so much, Marissa, for hosting.
Oh my God. Now you know why she's nominated for what she's nominated for. This woman is just sensational. I've met her in person. I got to hug her. She's real. She exists. I say that about everyone I get to meet in person because nobody exists until you get to meet them. So let's go. Welcome, Jude Ansaw's in the house. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Very, very excited. I'm sending out messages as folks are, coming up and not here yet. I'm like, hey, just, I got you on the list to read. Next up, I have Shania Parker, but I do not see her in the room. Shania, if you're here, just do like a raised hand in the emojis so that we can see you. And I know Miss Betty is here as well. Miss Betty is not in the anthology, but she does speak a lot about this. And so if we have an empty spot, I may allow her to squeeze in and read. I know, right? Mama Betty's here. So she said she was going to get a poem together and read. So since I do not see Shania Parker here, we're going to go ahead and move to Cassie Holguin Petinato. Cassie is real close. She's in El Paso, Texas here. Very, very excited for her. Let me see if she's ready because we're a little early with not having Shania here. So let me invite Cassie to, okay, thanks, Don. You're amazing. And spotlight her. And Miss Betty, get a poem ready and we'll squeeze you in.
Hello.
Hi, how are you?
Hi, I'm
Good to see you
well.
again.
Good to see you. Can I go ahead and share my screen when I'm ready?
Yeah, let me go ahead and make you a temporary co-host so that we're not opening it to everyone. And
Okay. I hope you all can hear me. I'm outside the Starbucks.
you're fine. We can't
Okay.
hear the background noise, so you're good.
Okay,
All right, let's see if it
perfect.
lets you do it.
Okay. It looked like it will, but let me close this one. Can you see them?
I don't see.
Oh, wait. Here it is. Share. Okay, cool. So I have two, you can still hear me, right?
Yes, you're good.
Yay, okay. I have two art pieces in the book and one poem, and I wrote this poem with my daughter in mind. She is African American, her dad is Black, and I'm Mexican. And so I was just thinking about her when I wrote this, and it's called Yo Entiendo. Yo entiendo. I understand. To fall in love with a dark-skinned man and to be a mother to a child this country hates is a risk. But to be a suicidal mother every time I see the news of more brown and Black bodies slaughtered is something else. In my desperation and panic, I think of ways to escape this world. If my baby is going to die, she will die my way, not theirs. Not under a desk, or in the middle of the night without a warrant, or at a grocery store buying candy, or on the sidewalk, or at the hand of a boy holding an AR-15. Have you thought this way too? I know you have. Cried to a God that has stood you up for far too long. Yo entiendo, I understand. Our fears and our worries are beyond scraped knees. It's the skin color we fear the most, the unforeseen bullet. Those summer days, mothers tell their children not to stay out in the sun for too long. Yo entiendo. I understand. It's more than a risk. It's something else. Thank you.
Oh man, let's go. Let's go. Amazing. Did you have another one? Or are you good?
No, that was it. I'm just trying to see where to stop sharing. Okay.
There we go.
Okay.
Okay. Awesome. Wonderful. Thank you so much. I'm going to go ahead and remove you as the temporary co-host. Y'all will notice that the security is a little tighter for this room. My deepest apologies for limiting your privileges. It is not, it's not because I wanted to, but it's because I really want to protect the space and protect all of you. And so let's go. I'm going to see if Miss Betty is, if she's ready with a poem, because she's not in this anthology, but we're ahead of time, and she is a really incredibly important person to me and in this poetry community. And I do want her to have an opportunity to speak to the issue. Hi! I know.
Hi. Hi.
Mama Betty. All right, so give us what you got, please, my beautiful friend.
So I wrote this poem to impromptu prompt, 2020, I think, last year. And I wrote it in homage to my brother who was gunned down. And the prompt was called Brave. Excuse me, I have a little cold. Question: which one is the coward? The one with the clock, with a goal of rolling down the clock? Excuse me. Gosh. Question: which one is the coward? The one with the clock, with a goal of rolling down the clock on your life? Or the one with a knife, willing to carve out a heart in less than an hour? On the sidelines, willing, mourns of an unselling choir, rises to a deep red sun. Where is the brave one? The one who travels with a suitcase of pain, not willing to be his brother's cane, unwilling to seat passengers on self-hatred's train. Where is the Messiah? Bold, at an intersection of unbelievable madness and unbearable sadness. Where are the multitude shutting down, turning off the stereotypes, unnatural attitudes, repulsed by all that is rude, rash, or crude? I wish the bystanders who watched from mock bleachers in overpriced logo saturated t-shirts, $125, 10 nickel shoes that rose to one united force to become one buffalo soldier. Excuse me, gosh, it's disappearing. Starting on his horse to save the day. Check death, but only momentarily to hold it at bay. Maybe my brother would be here instead of slain, gunned down in the street, still waiting. I'm still waiting on a brave one. And that's my poem.
Oh my goodness, Mama Betty. Oh, y'all, if you're not in touch with this woman, please do. You can find her on Instagram. I'm sure she'll put her link in the chat, but she's an amazing human being and we all love her so much. You got your book, Miss Betty? You got your book?
Yes,
it's in the mail.
Yeah,
you got your book. That's right.
I got it
Miss
yesterday.
Betty got the book. Let's go.
Yeah.
Yes, and yes. So I'm so honored to have your friendship. Thank you so much for improving.
I love you, Prada.
I love you too, Miss Betty. I love thanks for improving the extra time we had today. All right, so we did talk about the fact that we have contributors from 23 states, including Washington, D.C., and 8 different countries. The next 2 people to read are from outside the United States. Jude Ansah is from Ghana. I love Jude. Like, y'all don't even know. You're not ready. There's nothing I could do to get you ready for this poet. He is absolutely sensational. Jude, you're another one who I've been missing, really seeing here on Instagram, these wonderful poets. Where did you go? There you are. So I'm going to ask, did you get to unmute? Technology, right? We can only move as fast as technology will allow us. Jude, your camera's not on, which is okay. You don't have to have your camera on, but I can only spotlight artists who have their cameras on. So if you're wondering why I didn't spotlight you, it's because I don't have the capability to do that if your camera's off, but you are welcome to keep your camera off. Don't feel like you have to have your camera on to read. Oh, there he is. All right, so we got Jude. After Jude is Pelzingel. Hey, Jude. How you doing?
I'm doing good, and you?
Wonderful. Y'all, Jude has an incredible manuscript. We're looking for sponsorship. So if you want to help sponsor Jude to get published, please reach out to me. Let me know, because this man deserves to be published. His work is amazing. All right, there's your sorry, not sorry plug, Jude. There you go. Take it away.
Thanks very much. All right. So I also contributed a bit to the anthology, and there are 3 pieces in that I'd like to share. So the first one that I have is called Lone Star Woes, which was written regarding the Texas shooting last year. So Lone Star Woes, here goes. The lone state sheds tears for stars reclaimed by heaven and a gun's first breath. And that is it for Lone Star Woes. My second is a bit long. It's called 6 Feet Under. So here goes as well. 6 feet under, legions of fingers cannot help themselves but charter the stretch of your coal-like skin, surrendering the shadows beneath the nails to a servant that masters the death of all the living, as they tease sinister years with the caress of your trigger, sinking deeply into red blood desires, willing to give you a voice as loud as the thunder, raining down the memories of all I loved brought 6 feet under. And the final one here is called End of the Miles. So embalmed we become, forever grooms and brides of coffins overjoyed, while places and people spill their mourning into the dead of night, as eyes prickle with tears and the moon stays poised to watch them for years. For they can do nothing but float in each day that storms of bullets washed us away, asking who deserved to end our walked miles and sentenced to death their sun-like smiles. Home. Those are my pieces. Thank you for listening.
Oh my God, Jude, let's go. Oh, I've been missing all my IG poets. You don't understand. Like, we bond, you guys. I mean, you probably understand because we're all poets who made it through the pandemic. You know, you make friends with these people and you miss when you don't hear them, right? Like Pell Zingel is amazing. Pell did his book. We helped him launch his book last year. Excuse me, Pell's in Denmark, which is a really great place to ship books to because it's a super easy process, which is so amazing. So Pell, please take it away. And then after Pell will be Chanson and then Crip Lyrical. You're in two.
Thank you so much. And thank you so much for publishing my poetry in this anthology. I'm so grateful I can share my support through my words. My poem is called Fearing a Ticket to School. Dangerous fingerprints creates a gun with killer potential. I risk the price to pay with my life. My ticket to education, going to school, my sacred right. Afraid diving too deep into the lessons, drifting me too far away, paralyzing my escaping plan. Foggy connection to studying. Afraid playing with my friends at the playground. Afraid being too dreamy into a game. Fearing a picture and sounds from a gun. Binoculars, eyes, magnifying glass across landscapes details. Ready, vanishing my body from being bullet target. If a gun with dangerous fingerprints appears. Afraid to believe a great happy summer day will end up that way. Hope today again is a return ticket home. Don't want one-way ticket into heaven. I don't want to be a ghost. Wanna go home. Wanna go home without engraved scars from bullets created by a gun with dangerous fingerprints. Thank you so much.
Oh my goodness, let's go. Dangerous fingerprints. That's like the next book title, Pell. I'm just saying that might be the one. This is such not a single issue. This is a humanitarian issue, right? Having 8 countries represented in this book is simply phenomenal. So thank you, Pell, for being part of this as well. We need our comrades around the world to be speaking up and standing up with us as we really try to affect change. Like I've said, I am one single person, but we are many, and we can amplify the voice, the exposure. It's kind of like we're the chip for the dip, right? We gotta use poetry, use spoken word, use books sometimes, use protests, use open mics as a vessel to send and receive messages. And I hope that this project really does. So thank you, Pell, for being here and being
Thank
on the
you.
project. All right, Chanson Bird is here. He's next. Chanson, another incredible Word is Right host and teammate, and we just love Chanson. Let me go ahead and spotlight you, sir. And it's so good to see you. Hi.
Hi, good to see you too. All right. Perpetual blackness. I'm black every day. I can't remove it. I can't scrub it off. I can't dream it away. There are no potions to reduce it. I'm black every day, a criminal by default. The target was placed on my back while I blossomed in my mother's womb and grew when I began to read, think, and become socially conscious. I'm black every day, nervous around white law enforcement because they can become trigger happy in an instant. I even get anxious when people hold up their phones simultaneously because I feel like a fight is on the horizon. I'm black every day. I hope it will be normalized and held as sacred people in the eyes of America. We are a rainbow of unbridled beauty. Everyone wants to be us because magic runs through our veins and they all want to be in the show. I'm black every day. It's a beautiful thing to be, a golden array of soul, the premier people of the earth. All people come from us. No one wants to be a copycat. Everybody likes an original. Thank you.
Oh, Chanson, do you have a haiku? Anything you want to do?
No, I don't have a haiku right now.
Okay. Well, thank you so much, Chanson Bird. For those who don't know, we have challenged. I did challenge, not really a good word. We've encouraged Chanson to break the haiku Guinness Book of World Records for most haiku written, which is just over 10,000. So he is on his way. And technically, for those of you, I know those of you who are going to say it's not haiku. All right, Sinrus. So we'll call him Sinrus for those who know the difference. But for those who don't, he's on his way to doing that. All right, we are ahead of schedule. So I noticed like there are some folks in the room who are not in the book. It's Ray Jane, any of the other PoetCon. If you would like a chance to squeak a poem into the show, I'm more than happy to accommodate and include your work since we do have time today. All right, Crip Lyrical. Oh my God, let's go. Hang on one sec. I'm working so many devices at the same time now that I've figured out how to find some people in, but then my wonderful co-host on Krieger winds up finding them before me and asking them to unmute. Crip, where are you? Wait, it's under C. That's why it's freaking me out. All right, Crip, there we go. I'm so glad and so honored that we were able to get Crip in right towards the end of publication. So I'm so happy to include you. Welcome, welcome, and the floor is all yours.
All right, thank you, Prada, for creating a space and allowing us to do what poets do in the face of injustice. So the piece that I have in the anthology, I wrote right after Uvalde, and I probably only read it maybe twice in public. Didn't know what this poem would do or if anything, and it's just coincidentally that Marissa gave me the opportunity to have this piece in the book. It is called Tattered Blanket, One Nation Under Gun. I pledge allegiance. This routinely recited phrase is repeatedly rehearsed by school children each and every morning. Hands draped innocently over heart, proclaiming loyalty to country, indivisible, liberty, justice, one nation under God. While loyalty is pledged by our future, our present sits back, lights a cigarette, and pulls the trigger. One nation under gun, because thoughts and prayers have become the tattered blanket used to hide the nightmares. Because wealth has replaced worth, because power has replaced peace. One nation under gun, because bullets are the currency of choice, because bullets are the constituents with voice, because bullets are the God that is worshipped, rejoiced. One nation under gun, because pledging allegiance to stars and stripes is coveted over pledging allegiance to Black and brown lives. Because liberty and justice is a dream deferred by the pull of a trigger. Because indivisible doesn't apply to the mom who will never hold their child's hand again. The same hand that was innocently draped over her heart that morning, proclaiming loyalty to a country that will never return loyalty. One nation under gun, tears disguised as shiny stars on a fabric of pain. One nation under gun, blood of our descendants disguised as stripes on the flags remain. One nation under gun, tattered blankets disguised as comfort until the next child is slain. And that's the poem. Thank you everyone for being here and allowing me to share this.
Yes, let's go. Yes, let's go, Crip Lyrical. I'm so glad you're here. It was very kismet. I firmly believe God has his hand on what we're doing, that we're being steered in the direction we're supposed to go, and that absolutely includes you being part of this journey. So I'm so very, very grateful for you. Thank you so much for being here. All right, welcome for those who are joining us. You're going to notice that the security is a little tighter in the room today. My apologies that you can't just unmute yourself, but you're welcome to clap, snap, cheer, get crazy, just not get naked on the camera. And that is a great way to share your love with the readers today. Also, the chat is for everyone or for me, just because of the content and the topic for today. So my apologies for limiting your freedoms today. That is not my intention, but we are just trying to protect the integrity of the space and protect one another. All right, so we're gonna bring up Ray Jane as she's wonderful. Ray Jane was part of our committee that helped select the poems that we included in American Graveyard. So I'm super, super excited that we're gonna squeeze her in. We're running ahead of time, so I'm gonna try to get some of the folks who are in the room who do amplify this message. And after Ray Jane, we have Gail, Maria del Rosario Perez, and then Ike Waltz.
Awesome. Hey, greetings,
Let me
everyone.
spotlight you. There we go. Okay.
Thank you. First of all, congratulations to all of the artists who are in this beautiful book. I'm so excited to be a part of it. I'm proud of the work that's in it. And I think you guys are just tremendous, and I'm so inspired by you. So thank you for allowing me to share with you and fill up the time so that we got, so much excitement going forward. And shout out to all the artists who went before me. I'm moved by all of your pieces. All right, so I got one for you, and it's entitled, He Was in His Alt-Right Mind. And this is for those lost like Buffalo. A white supremacist went to market again to hunt black targets, but the story got misinterpreted as a racially motivated mass shooting because terrorism takes effort. Calculating black dirt takes work. For example, how many bullets makes a food desert? Only supermarket in the community, we guess. If you can't shoot 'em, at least starve the ones that got free. Just add them black bodies to the tally like 10 dead, 3 injured, 3 in the parking lot, 9 in the market, 11 blacks, 2 whites, what a shopping list must look like to a terrorist. Oops, I think I said it again. A white supremacist went to market again to hunt black targets, but the story got misinterpreted. Missing the mark, a reporter remarked on a black survivor's calm. The retelling, again, distorted. Eyes glazed and dancing off into the distance, face devoid of reaction, each word with slight taste of disbelief. What is obvious has to be translated if you look like me. Black trauma must be a different dimension of being. She was not calm. She was trauma in action, in pre-grief, in the post-apocalyptic ictal state following the seizure that is white supremacist ideology. A white supremacist went to market again to hunt black targets. But the story got misinterpreted, called this uncaged beast crazy, tried to explain away that unchecked hate, rage of hate, often leads to black death by a white rampage. By design, he was in his alt-right mind, powers that be reconditioning, with everything to gain by shifting narratives, making every hate criminal crazy until it's tradition, and the penalty is lawfully made null. Oh wait, that's already possible. A white supremacist went to market again to hunt black targets, but the story got misinterpreted. Hunting must be every season. When concealing wickedness, there's always a reason. Just psych, recalculating 2 firearms purchased legally, 2 minutes we twitch while no siren blared. Watch handcuffed madman handled with care, enough to make a target forget who's the threat here. A white supremacist went to market again to hunt black targets. But the story got misinterpreted. Why aren't politicians open in discussing white supremacists? But we know conflicted interests won't let the vicious demonize their kin, when we might see them for what they've always been. The culprits feign horror. Each May we gate on, we go on, we go on, counting. Black bodies blocked from budding bad spring. When a white supremacist goes to market again, we the targets grow tired of pretending, smiling at day jobs while black lives keep ending. Soon the bow won't tolerate no more bending. Soon, if our blood remains in the street, white supremacists might meet targets who won't turn the other cheek, who'll be past the point of reinterpreting. Thank you.
Oh my God. I know you guys weren't ready. That's okay. That's valid. But now you know who the fuck Ray Jane is. Yes, because she's amazing. I know Karen's got. Karen, I miss you. I miss you in the Zooms, man. She lights up my screen and makes everything better when I see her. I know she avoids me like the plague because I always call her out in these Zooms saying she's so beautiful. She just lights me up. All right. We're gonna keep rocking and rolling this. Thanks, Ray Jane. Y'all, Ray Jane's amazing. She does a show at Word is Right the last Friday of every month. You just gotta go. She hosts the New Eurekan Poets Cafe every Thursday night. So go to neo.org, neweurekan.org, if you want to get in touch with her shows. All right, Gail Wasserman, we got you up next. Maria del Rosario Perez, you will be in 1. Ike Waltz, you'll be in 2, and Salvatore Roseo, you are in 3. Let me go. Oh, good. Thank you so much, my co-host with the most, Don Krieger, for helping me with that. I will go ahead and spotlight Gail and take it away. Hello.
Thank you so much for putting all of this together. Really great. The first one I'm going to read is the one that was accepted in the anthology, which thank you very much again. It's called Declare a No Gun Zone. And I wrote this thinking about history, and there's always a historical base. Things usually repeat themselves in history. So I was looking at the Wild Wild West and how they solved the problems of everybody shooting at everyone without any control. So again, also, you know, we're looking at the federal government to go in to bring the laws down, but maybe we want to look in the opposite direction and start with the towns and go up. So that's what this is about. Just like in 1882, yes, it happened then too, in the wild, wild west, innocent folks getting shot to death. Sisters and brothers, we must help one another, one city, one town at a time, declaring no gun zone like Wyatt Earp did in Tombstone. To you all out there hell-bent on right to bear arms in the Second Amendment, need to remember the forefathers' intent was to form an army against the British militant. Sisters and brothers, we must help one another, one city, one town at a time, declare a no-gun zone like Wyatt Earp did in Tombstone. Now the redcoats are not gonna come, so put down your gun. Sisters and brothers, we must help one another, one city, one town at a time, declare a no-gun zone like Wyatt Earp did in Tombstone. One city, one town at a time, declare a no-gun zone like Wyatt Earp did in Tombstone. And the other one I wrote was recently published in Going the Distance, a local newspaper, the Herald, a local newspaper in our town that discusses social issues that have not yet been resolved. The interesting thing about this is I actually wrote this in 2015 about the Umpqua Community College shooting, and went to now 2023, and it's as if we've gone nowhere. We're still right here 8 years later. And this is from the victim's point of view, as if the victim is sitting in the room. Bang, bang, boom, I'm doomed. Bang, bang, boom, I'm doomed. He just shot the professor in the head. I'm dead. Oh my God, there's nowhere to run, I'm done. Oh my God, oh my God, oh my God. He's asking students their faith as if he's a member of the human race. She said she's Christian and he shot her in the face. Bang, bang, boom. Oh my God, oh my God, oh my God. I don't want my life to end. Save me, save my friend. We're just young students here to learn. It's not our turn. God, please, please try. Please try. We're too young to die. Bang, bang, boom. There's nowhere to run. We're done. Oh my God, oh my God, oh my God. Please, please help me.
Whew. Oh my God, Gail. Was that it? Okay, I want to make sure before I took the spotlight. Holy moly. Oh my God, right? I mean, I read the page poetry, y'all, but it's so incredible watching you perform the pieces. Like, come on. You can take this video, it's live streamed on Red Green Books Facebook. You can share the link to anyone. They do not need to have a Facebook account to view the video. We're going to upload it to YouTube channel. I will be making a Red Green Books YouTube channel. So please share this video with us so that they can watch and listen to what they're reading on the page. It's just so incredible. So incredible. And my apologies if my computer ever does delay. It does do that from time to time. All right, Maria, I'm coming for you. I'm coming for you. You are up next. And another El Paso poet. We have done a lot of work with the El Paso poets. They are amazing. Maria, you're up next. Ike, you are on deck. Salvatore, you are, and if I say your name wrong, please correct me. Salvatore, you'll be on deck.
Oh.
Wait. Why do we have Liz spotlighted? Hang on one sec, Liz. It's probably because we're dual doing things. Here comes Generalissimo again. All right, so what happened? Where did we go? Where's Maria? Oh, you know why? Here. It's because I have an amazing co-host, and he's wonderful, and he is very good at helping me, and I'm very good at messing things up. So Maria, hi, hello.
Hi.
So Maria is a co-chair of our outreach committee. If anyone else would like to co-chair with her, that it would be a wonderful thing. But thank you so much. It's nice to see you and meet you in person. And take it away.
Thank you. I am going to share my screen. Is it okay?
It is totally okay. I'm going to make you a temporary co-host real quick
Okay.
so that we can, you can, oh, well, let's see. Yes, it worked for, let's see, make co-host. All right. So let's see. Does that work for you? Does it let you do it now?
Let me see. Okay.
Okay.
Where am I? So right here. Okay. Let me minimize this. And let me put this, wait, where are you? Oh, okay, let me put this up here. Okay, gee, boogers. Okay, and I'm gonna play this one. Can you all hear it?
Yes, we got it. Thank you.
Okay. She cries out, La Llorona, where is God? The Aztec goddess Cihuatl llora por sus niños. Who mistreated her niños? ¿Quién les sembró odio en sus corazoncitos? Who sowed the seeds of hate? Who taught them to despise? When? ¿Cuándo? Their innocence, la inocencia se les robó. Their childhood is stolen. They live in fear. Tengo miedo, mamá. And she caresses her child's damp hair. Mommy, I'm scared, dice la niña, cubierto su rostro, su cabeza de sangre. Mommy, I'm so cold, so thirsty, llora la niña. Las lágrimas de la mamá caen sobre la sangre, convirtiéndola en sanguaza. But nothing thins out el dolor de la madre. Pero nadie los escucha. No one to hold them. A little lifeless body, un cuerpecito sin vida, sin abrazo de su madre. Quetzalcoatl, Dios de la vida, la luz, la fertilidad, la civilización, el conocimiento. Where have you fled to? ¿En qué lugar te escondimos? Where have we abandoned you to? Ay, the wailing women. Ay, mis hijos, my babies, my children. Comfort, heal, advocate. No preguntes por qué. La Llorona will never forget. Consuela, sana, aboga. ¿Comprendes que no importa cómo los perdió? They were formed in her womb. Brotaron de su vientre, lloraron. Su confort fue interrumpido. They cried. Their life was ending. When will the killing end? ¿Cuándo termina la matanza? And the wailing doesn't stop. Muere uno más de la mano del otro. Two more die at the hand of the other. And the children die again and again. Y de nuevo vuelven a morir. And they are ripped from her heart. De sus entrañas los arrebataron. ¿Cuándo termina la matanza? And the wailing doesn't stop.
Thank you so much, Maria. Are you done?
Yes.
Okay. Fabulous. No, thank you so much for everything. I'll take the spotlight off of you. Having the El Paso poets here, right? It is a reminder to remember Donna Snyder, who was an incredible poet in El Paso, who founded Tumblewords, and Maria and so many other El Paso poets are in Tumblewords, part of Tumblewords.
Well,
and so yes,
if I may, thanks to Miss thanks to Miss Donna Snyder, may she rest in peace. I got into writing. I got into poetry. I furthered my writing, furthered my poetry. I was often a guest speaker, creating opportunities mixed with art to inspire the poets. So yes, I'm glad you mentioned her. And you know, I appreciate that a lot of the authors, a lot of the writers and the readers, you know, those that read their writings today have acknowledged that indeed women and children are secondhand citizens in our world, And the first poem, of course, was inspired by the incident at Uvalde. And I hate to say that inspired by, but it just spoke to me to write. And I am so honored and thrilled to write. And I am beyond thrilled to be published and be involved with you all. And the irony that it had to be from such a horrific event. And so I'm a retired social worker. So this, and I am a long time Catholic ministry person. So this calls me to advocate for social justice. And that is why I am 100% behind your work, Marissa. The second poem was inspired by, and there I go again with that word, was a direct outcome of a few weeks after Uvalde. I learned that in Nigeria, the newborns in a maternity ward died because of a fire. And I thought to myself, what a senseless crime, what a careless crime. You know, today, this is how naive I am and how much I'm willing to give the other a second chance. Today I thought, what if somebody caused that fire? What if some men caused that fire to hide their child? And it didn't matter whether the others died too. So it's just all this death and destruction. And I really do appreciate the poem that was read, unless I misunderstood it. It said, we pledge allegiance to the gun. And that's what's being done in the United States. Somebody else said, there's a mass shooting, and then law is made to create more opportunities for guns. You know, and somebody quoted the fact that the forefathers wanted us to do this to protect ourselves from England. Good gravy, they were talking about muskets. The forefathers were not talking about the guns we have today.
Yes.
So, thank you.
That's very true. And thank you so much, Maria. Definitely, Donna Snyder had a big part in a lot of people's lives, and we will continue to remember her. I promised her legacy will live on in poetry. We're honored as a press to have published her before her death, and we're honored to continue the legacy of poetry. All right, next up we have Ike Waltz, who I had a poem recently accepted for publication that was inspired by Ike. And then after Ike, we have Salvatore, and then Liz Minette, you are in too. Hi, Ike, how are you?
Hi. Thank you, Marisa, for doing this. It is not the why do we have so many shootings, but why do we not amend the Second Amendment, the center of this deadly issue, or taking the bull on its horns? Son of a gun, or when the Second Amendment shoots the First Amendment into the foot. I admit, I came to America to make money. Build a house, sit in it, open the window, and look at the sea, birds, and bees. Yes, I let my cat respond to the knock on the door. Knock, knock, who is there? And my cat says, meow. Only to realize the profound American love for legalized corruption, often mistaken for freedom, as so patriotically proclaimed. And then I was lucky to listen to Mahalia Jackson singing the traditional American spiritual. He's got the whole world in his hands. Not only being captivated by the simplicity of its magic words, or being fascinated by her innate musicality, but being deeply touched by the genuine tears escaping her eyes. His tears in my eyes once I became an American. So let me repeat. He's got the whole world in his hands. He's got the whole world in his hands. He's got my brothers and my sisters in his hands. He's got all mothers and fathers in his hands. And then he's got a gun in his hand. He's got a mean gun in his hand. He's got a gun in his hand. He's had a bad day and teach the world. He shot a brother in the head. He shot his big brother in the head. He shot his sister in the back. He shot his sweet sister in the back. He shot a mother in her bed. He shot them all in cold blood death. He's got an angry gun in his mind. He's got an angry gun on his ears. He's got an angry gun up his nose. He's got an angry gun in his mouth. He's got a target in his mean eyes. He's got a target in his cold side. And then, let not forget, the mean gunner, a misguided Magasan, the mean gunner, a disgruntled kid or man. Any mean gunner has access to any whatever gun, misguided by legalized corruption and by whatever motive under the sun, misguided by an outdated Second Amendment only constitutional lawyers comprehend, misguided by a perverse interpretation of freedom, misguided by misguided shareholders. As long as killing machines turn a profit, we don't care. Misguided by a misguided system that promotes the right to kill my wealth. Yes, now he's got a gun in his hand. He's had a mean gun till his end. And then he had the whole world in one hand, the same hand that pulled that trigger till his end. The same hand that dropped that blooded gun, one hand. And all the silver bullets in his defense do not help, do not understand. He's got no flowers on his grave. He's got no tears that forgave. And all that automatic gun not make him that exceptional free American man. Yes, he's had a violent gun, one of the best. And I have a painful lump in my chest. And then he's had the whole world in his hands. He's had my whole world in his hands. Yes, guns don't kill, they say. I get it. But Americans armed with guns do kill. It takes at least 4 killings per shooting, they say, to be officially qualified as mass shooting, they say. Otherwise, the shooting is not even newsworthy. This is what they say. And silent is the NRA. It is time to stop hunting rabbits and neighbors with an assault-style AR-15 gun. Bang, bang, fuck the NRA, amend the Second Amendment. I say, amen, amen. Thank you.
Holy smokes, let's go, Ike Waltz. Let's go. Whew. It leaves you never wanting when he reads. I'm blown away by everything he offers in the open mics. All right, next up we have Salvatore. Please correct me if it's Salvatore and I am mispronouncing it.
No, you got it, Marissa. It's Salvatore. Thank you.
Perfect. Okay. The little things matter to me. They matter to me immensely. So I want to make sure I do all of those things the right way. So let me go ahead and spotlight you and take it away. Thank you.
All right. Thanks, Marissa. And thanks everyone for bringing it today. This, these circumstances are, obviously the ones we don't want to be gathered under, but the fact that we are is just a testament to everyone here as poets. So thanks again. And thanks to Marissa for putting this all together. So I'm going to read both pieces from the anthology. The first one's a shorter piece called Take on Guns. Inductions camouflaged in plantations. When guns take precedence over humanity, over suffering, victims and survivors of senseless shootings, the familiar signs of fatigue and flowers along sidewalks stemmed through chain link fences, steps from the curb, tied off police tape and remnant stains, highlights for shooter and manifesto. Under the gun, the bullet's name, amplified when the thumb cocks, is hate whispered. Thank you. And this second piece is the longer piece. And again, this was triggered by Uvalde. And then when it was stewing for revision, other ones were happening, right? So I actually threw a line in here for others, calling others to amend until this bullshit ends, right? So this is called Wide in the Wake of a Nation Idle. Childish quick before easel paint dries, clouds parade the limits of blue sky, bound for playground safety, until cited for rust and for lack of mulch, required in inches to soak up injury, and the rain to wash away the blood. The onset of barricades sunsets reality, dreaming disrupted by a position of pale mechanism. On a safety catch, accidental is discharged in the walking of waking halls with doors all too drilled for massacre. Lightning staggers the sky jagged, and we are still jarred by the startle of thunder not a moment later. Unspeakable, it booms, carries like an undeclared weapon. In seconds, amended the right to lay down and die. The newly innocent close their eyes, trade darkness for closed caskets. Stage for a die-in, the drawdown of authority. How the terminating of a fetus goes argued for outlawing then and there, not the domesticated assault of shells, projectiles for fragmenting as they rifle through small bodies. Unrecognizable hollows for flowers too cavernous to fill. Aurora used to mean arching light in the sky. Now, with or without callus, it means morning after the manifesto. Sandy Hook, once a local beach on Jersey's shoreline, not a Newtown, Connecticut school synonymous with massacre and the grieving for slain children. Do not let them leave the womb until all the coffee can paint has dried. Was it history or its failed lessons that we are doomed to repeat? Never forgotten, the paint cracked and heavy like the frozen color of long-cured brick, its stall dripping, ever overlapping stiff paper and easel alike. Should there be a euphemism for seen horror? Buffalo, once misnomer for the American bison, now the city where deadly racist youth think they can hunt for their hatred, and where dripping candles set alight will, at the end of the day, go out before the wax hardens and dries as well. Content to never be spoken of, Uvalde, once a small town on the edge of Texas border, the point-blank rage of war enacted on the classroom, no child left behind on the cutting room floor, the rot of battlefield ethos burning away all the smiling faces from school pictures, the fireworks from idling flesh spattering its red paint onto the just eyes of vigilant sky, herein tasked for those retching to amend, for addenda before and since the 4th of July. Speak not of the perverse to the ears of innocence, sepulchres of identity and sexuality, who, never too young to learn, are taught to barricade themselves of select burden. Quiet now, children, and quickly, as we practiced, smear the drying red paint of your wounded friends on your faces. Lie down and, perfectly still, play dead. Thank you.
Oh my God. Let's go. Salvatore, thank you. It's nice to meet you. It's nice to see you. It is not lost on me that the fullness I feel in my heart at this collective outcrying for the same purpose is from something so horrific. So if you're struggling with that emotion like I am, being very overjoyed because we're all here together and very sad and grieving the loss. You're not alone in that feeling, because that's what I'm feeling right now. All right, next up we got Liz Minette. I'm so excited. Again, if I mispronounce anyone's name, please correct me. I am always learning. Every day I'm a student, always get better. So please correct me if I miss anything that I shouldn't miss. I want to make sure and get it right for you guys. My lovely co-host Don Krieger, you're on deck. DG Clearing is in the house. You are on in 3, you're in the hole. Welcome, Liz. Let me spotlight you real quick.
All right. Thank you. This has been a very powerful afternoon, and I'm very happy to be with all of you here and in this anthology. And thank you, Marissa and Ray Jane and Don, for putting this all together. I'm going to read from my poem in the book on page 122. Deanna Marie Erickson would have been 32 on June 16th. And on June 13th, she was utilizing her car parked near the intersection of Lake Street and Hennepin to protect demonstrators who were gathered to protest the killing of another person, Winston Boogie Smith Jr., by police. Smith was 32 when he was killed. While people were gathered, a man accelerated his car into Deanna's car, crashed his car into Deanna's car. He crashed his car into Deanna's car, crashing her car into her. His name, Nicholas David Krause, 35. The demonstrators grabbed him, held him until the police arrived. Interviewed by officers, Krause, 35, stated he wanted to jump the barricade, that his name was Jesus or Tim Burton, that his occupation is he's been a carpenter for 2,000 years. Jesus Tim already has 5 DWIs. Deanna Marie has 2 daughters, Deanna Marie. She was protecting demonstrators protesting the killing of yet another person. Thank you so much. Proud to be in this anthology. Thank you.
Oh, thank you so much, Liz. Oh my goodness, y'all. There's no way to look at this collection and this group of human beings without understanding that there's a larger purpose involved for all of us. I am like so tired of burying the innocent and feeling the pain of my fellow human. So this is our thing. This is our one thing we can do, okay? If you feel hopeless, like you don't know what more you can do, then like reach out. We'll do as much as we can. I promise you we won't stop. My wonderful co-host, Dawn, thank you so much for reaching out. You look like an angel, by the way, or a dragon. I'm not really sure. Maybe it's a winged dragon. Something. He looks very angelic, right? With the wings. I'm loving it. Thank you so much for helping me stay on the straight and narrow. These long events, when you're handling a lot behind the scenes, for those who have never done it, it's a lot. And I am a great multitasker. but I miss a lot of things and I mess stuff up. And when I do, I always acknowledge it and I apologize and I promise to do better. But Dawn has helped me really a lot today and has been a savior. So thank you so much, Dawn. After Dawn, we have DG Clearing, also one of my other favorite poets. I can't say, everyone's my favorite poet, but he's a Packer fan, which sets him apart from the rest of you guys. And Chris, Kayla, you'll be on in too.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone, for reading. I'm going to read two poems, one from the book and one that I wrote more recently. This poem is in two voices. I'm going to snap my fingers when it switches, but you can see it on the page in the book. Sunday Drive. I only need to show my face at work sometimes. Most of what I do is online. Since the COVID, though, it's that way for almost everyone. We ping pong every other week, her place or mine, 4 hours each way in my sealed car at 80, like a transport pod in Musk's Hyperloop, but we have windows. Truck packs race in slow motion, shredded treads, bright fog, roadkill, tunnel mouth, cops under every overpass, glaring like the dazzling sun. Once we stopped in Breezewood for crackers. The manager was terrified. He checked each of us at the door for a mask and for any hint that we had come for his head. Just this Friday, my office computer went down. I'm not essential, so I called someone who was to push the reset button. The grandbaby was born on Friday, too. We drove up first thing Saturday, watched little Becky while Dad helped Mom in the hospital, then drove back 4 hours each way. Broken trees laid flat, cell towers and billboards. Jesus saves, fresh cracked eggs, hog barns, silos, keep America great. When will we reap the whirlwind? We're hoping Mom and baby come home today, and we're waiting 2 weeks to see if we got the COVID or they did. Driving back, South Jersey was empty and dark as a closet. Some fool sat in the blind spot on my bumper for half an hour. We were frightened, and enough is enough. I slowed to get his tag number. Not so easy since he slowed too. Flags on every porch, church buses on cruise control, chain reaction pile up. Are you confused? Trust Jesus. 1-800 for truth. I turned on the dome light and dialed 911 as we passed him. He bore off on an exit just then. Maybe the cops got him, maybe not. I wonder if he had a pistol and what would have happened had I. That's Sunday Drive. No one was there. Lot's wife died nameless for being unmale. A young white man killed 8 last week to save himself from temptation. 7 were women. Hyun Jung Grant, Sun Cha Kim, Yong Ai Wei, Zhao Ji Tan, Sun Chung Park, Dao Yu Feng, Delana Ashley Yon, and Paul Andre Michel. We shopped today at the Pious Bookshop, bought Seder plates for the kids, packed in a fresh pizza box with secondhand bubble wrap. Passover is this weekend. They had coffee mugs and fridge magnets, skull caps with slogans, "We are stronger together," and no place for hate. As if it was this morning, I remembered passing security for the funeral, the line blocks long, down Darlington Road. 11 unorthodox killed at the Tree of Life. I longed for the others, the pious, to be with us together down Darlington Road and at the cemetery later, their beards, black coats, and tzitzit. But no one was there. As if you're not Orthodox, you're not a Jew. As if it matters that the murdered are.
Oh my goodness, Dawn. Thank you so much. Somehow you remuted yourself, but you can unmute yourself because you're co-host. Co-hosts have powers. At least I think they do. That was the point. But Dawn Krager, thank you so much. Yeah. All of that. Let's go. Someone had asked what your background was about. So I'll let you answer to that because I can't tell. I like the wings. The wings are very whimsical, but let's keep going. My favorite hoodie that I wear is actually a gift from DG Clearing. So DG, thank you so much for being in my life and for being a Packers fan. And it sounds like there may be Packers fans unite because Liz was like, I think she was like, go Pack Go. Yeah, she's like, go Pack Go. And I know SZ Putnam's from Wisconsin. We got a couple Wisconsinites in the room. So we may just very well have enough to have like some sort of weird cry but celebration at the beginning of football season this year without Aaron Rodgers. We might be able to celebrate because we might get to the Super Bowl, but it's really weird not doing it with him. It feels like I'm cheating on someone, right? By cheering for Jordan Love, but hey, maybe Jordan can pull it out, right? All right, let's go. Where's DG? Let me find you, sir. And we got to break it up with football. If we don't break it up with football, this shit's too heavy. Let's go. All right, let me spotlight DG. You're looking very dapper tonight.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
It's so good to be here. Thank you, Marissa and Red and Green Books, for being so brave and publishing this book. It's so well needed. Blessings. You know, there's no simple solution to the problem. Economic, racial, religions, and mental hurdles need to be overcome and not swept under the rug before anything can happen. I have one poem. This poem, my condolences and prayers to the Casey Goodman family and their friends. Just a tragic death. A little history on this. Casey Goodman was a young Black man in Columbus, Ohio, who was gunned down walking into his grandmother's front door. They had the wrong house. The cops had the wrong house and shot him in the back. Initially, it was thought that he was shot 3 times. He was actually shot 6 times in the back. Just terrible. The poem, Casey Goodman. Casey Goodson fell to his kitchen floor. 6 shots in the back, his keys in the door. Bang, bang, bang. A subway on the floor. Casey Goodman fell to the kitchen floor. His little brother saw him murdered in the door. Blood from the butchering went splat, splat, splat on the shiny linoleum floor. Casey Goodman fell to the floor. Grandma saw her grandson die like her family before. Help, 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 she said, as he died on her cleanly waxed floor. Casey Goodson fell to the kitchen floor, shot and splattered just coming through the door. He didn't do anything. Now a young Black man dead on the floor. Casey Goodson dead on the floor. The cops shot an innocent man for having his keys in the door. Bang, bang, bang. Now he's dead on the kitchen floor.
Oh my God,
Thank you
Gigi.
everyone for being here. Again, my
That's the
condolences.
most intense I've ever seen you.
I'm sorry, what did you say?
No, keep going. I'm just saying that's the most intense I've ever seen you.
Oh, thank you. So, I'm sorry I don't have chat capabilities today, so I can't respond to anybody. So,
Well, you can send a chat to everyone, or you can send a chat to me. You just can't send a chat to each other.
no, I don't have the capability at all today. Okay, so sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry,
Okay.
DG. But yeah, DG clearing, amazing. Again, like when I read the poems on the page and then you come and you speak it, it is just it's completely different. And those who know DG know his work to be whimsical and soft. This was really intense. It was like a totally different poet. So
Yeah.
I applaud you for speaking up. And
Okay, I appreciate that. Thank you. So, thoughts and prayers to all those who are involved in gun violence. On this holiday weekend, put your prayers in for all the people that are involved. Thank you. Blessings.
Thank you so much, DG. Yeah, let's keep going. This is we're only like halfway through the show. Okay, like y'all get comfortable. If you have to turn your camera off and get some food, or like get in your pajamas, or like get comfortable, you just don't go anywhere, because we're only halfway through. So if your mind has been even like a little bit blown so far, it's coming. It's not going to stop. This is a train. Get on the train, stamp your ticket. We're going. Chris Kayla is up next, and then we have Bex Lex, Alexis Garcia's in the house, and Jane's spoken word is in too. So don't go anywhere. Chris, let me see if I can find you. Let me spotlight you, beautiful, and take it away.
Thank you. I'm going to share two poems today, one that was in the collection and one that I'm actually going to be dedicating to Marissa herself, whose passion about this has been just so tremendous. So this is for you. I hope I do you justice. Here we go. Your right to bear arms takes away the right for some kids to breathe, to live another day. Your right to bear arms brings nightmares to my son, who cries in his sleep because he sees the way his classmate bled to death. Your right to bear arms makes my daughter quiver and bite her nails as she makes us practice school shooter drills at home, just in case they branch out to home shooters. Your right to bear arms and your kind of freedom of speech keeps fear forefront on the news, giving false narratives a time to shine, taking power away from all just to breathe. Living a life where I hear school shooting, I'm relieved when it's not my children's school, then crying in the bathroom stall because who have I become that this is my first reaction to this country burning? But at least you have your right to bear arms, so someone can hunt children, Black bodies, and my skin that makes it harder to get past airport security nowadays. But at least you have your right to bear arms. That one was for Marissa, and this one is from the collection. I just want to say thank you for putting a Canadian in this collection as well, because this is something that also touches us as well. So, okay. Dear Senators of America, how many more children do we sacrifice for the right to bear arms? When will the lives of innocents outweigh the AK-47s and shotguns? We don't need you to send your prayers, make stricter gun laws. Please keep your thoughts and listen to the pleas of Americans and worldwide. In your beds tonight, can you hear the cries of children laying in the blood that you have helped to petition? Allowing arsenal that no civilian needs to be a fundamental right, that allows the right of humanity to be a privilege for some. I am not from the red or blue states, but your neighborhood from the north. My everyday reality does not include school and mass shootings. I can wake up and expect a 99% chance of making it to work and back and not be shot, or worry that in school, malls, and grocery stores could possibly be killed today because a white man feels insecure about himself. It won't be the police going in to serve and protect, or the politicians that arm those who are bent on destruction of beauty. I want my friends to have the same safety and strong leaders that won't accept even one more death to gun violence. I want the children of the United States of America to know they matter more than metal bits and forcing fetuses to be born. Selfishly, I want to be able to come visit my loved ones and not worry that my insurance won't be covered in the Wild West. I don't want to die or watch it happen to my friends or any human. Senators, isn't that reason enough? Thank you.
Oh my God, let's go. Let's go, Chris. Oh, and you wrote that dedicated poem. No, I'm only one person. Seriously, I promise I'm just a human. I'm a mom like everyone else. I'm just trying to make it. So thank you so much for that. It's humbling as always to be here with all of you. Alexis Garcia is amazing, and I'm super excited that she is part of the debut poets that we're launching in 2023 with Shaki G, who is also in the anthology, who is here today, who you hear from later. So it's super exciting, all these amazing, beautiful women coming out of poetry and joining the world. When I put the call out, I didn't really know if anyone was going to respond. Okay. Like, I just knew I had to try something. I had to just put it out there, right? But who am I? I'm just a little peon with a small little press in New Mexico. Most people don't even know New Mexico is part of the United States, and we're Americans, okay? It's a true story. So I put the call out, and Lex was one of the first people to respond and submit a poem. And it was titled American Graveyard. And it stopped me in my tracks. And I was like, oh my God, that's going to be the title of the book. And I reached out to Lex and I was like, can we use your poem namesake for the book? And she said, yes. She said yes to the dress. Like, yes. She agreed to allow us to use American Graveyard as the namesake for the book. And it changed the course of everything that we did. So the cover, the title, the fact that we're all here, the books that you're holding in your hands, right? That the American Graveyard is because of her poem that she submitted. And I'm always going to throw flowers at her for that. Because she is an integral reason why we're here and why the book is named what it is. And it really touched me on a profound level. So thank you so much, Lex, for that. And I'm so excited to be publishing you and your book. I'm so over the moon for this group we have in 2023. Y'all don't even know it's coming, but it's coming. Just stamp the ticket, get on the train, let's go. That's what I tell people. Don't ask questions, just get your ticket and let's go. So let me go ahead and spotlight her. She always brings me to tears. She's so amazing. And then after Alexis will be Jane Spoken Word. And then PoetCon Rasfaya is going to sub in for Mr. Wentz.
Thank you, Marissa. And you have just been a blessing in this entire journey. When you reached out to me about the title of the book, the collection, it's like, of course, you can do whatever you want. And everyone today has just been so brave and I've been like in and out of tears all day. It's just heavy and this is important. This is what we need. And also shout out to Marissa and Retta Green Books for the opportunity for me to publish my debut poetry book with them. Wouldn't have done it with anyone else. So I'm excited for that. So this is American Graveyard. How many bodies does it take for somebody to finally realize we are at war? On land that was stolen, not given. In a country where we kill for sport. The deer munching on a couple of berries. The bear returning with food for its cub. The boy walking with a pack of Skittles. The man celebrating the night before his wedding. This is a country where guns hold more value than those who are seen as nothing more than target practice, where the right to bear arms is invoked far more often than the right to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. A country that has failed to protect its citizens time and time again, where guns are more accessible than basic health care, where guns are more attainable than a proper education, a country whose very foundation rests upon a growing number of prepubescent bodies, where going to watch a movie is taking a risk, where grocery shopping may lead to a visit to the morgue, where listening to the word of God is the last thing you may hear before meeting him, where dancing the night away takes your breath away, where your first concert may just be your last. When will it be enough? Thank you. Thank you again, Marissa.
Oh my God, let's go. I know you guys can't unmute, but like, you gotta know this woman's amazing. And her book's amazing. Yes. So keep following the press, please, to champion these 8 incredible debut authors who are launching this summer. All right. Oh my God, Vex, thank you so much. So Vex Lex is the same as Alexis Garcia. So she's Alexis Garcia in the book. She is also Vex Lex online. So if you see Vex Lex and you're like, it doesn't say Alexis Garcia, they are one and the same. All right. For those of you who are like wondering what's going on here, Vex Lex is Alexis Garcia. Thank you so much. All right, let's go. Next up, we got Jane's spoken word. Jane is amazing. Another late addition to the book. I went to a workshop Jane did, and it was an ekphrastic workshop, and she had this image on there. And I wrote this, I think it was a really emotive poem about how red mylar heart balloons don't stop gun violence. And I told Jane, I was like, oh my God, Jane, you need to put this picture in the book. And so she graciously accepted my offer and came to American Graveyard as a contributor. And so Jane, here you go. After Jane, we have PoetCon.
Okay, everybody, it's been a heavy afternoon. Everybody's really bringing it. I wrote Word Against the Machine in 2019 because I've always been pretty much a political writer, and my outrage was just boiling over at that point. And at this point, as the Republicans continue to escalate their war on anyone other than them, the Warrior Voices of American Graveyard Anthology will never give up the fight. So here's my piece. God bless America. God bless America and all you masters of war, professing coded words of hatred from your core, leaving all freedoms of speech behind, demonizing dissenters that dare to speak their mind. You and your chattering Jesus talk treat them anyway but kind. Are you blind? You can brainwash social consciousness, change the story, burn the books, cloak your words to blind justice, shapeshift when we look, feasting on fear and ignorance, aiming to control the human race, spinning, ever spinning bullshit in its place. Have you no fucking grace? SUVs with little bumper stickers that read, choose life. What are you, stupid? Don't you know that choose means choice? Fuck all you fair and balanced Americans imposing your moralistic, end of days, futuristic, preaching endless bullshit. Enough already. Determined to put our mind to your God's right. On bended knees you pray each night, all the while feasting at the table of contempt that surrounds your heart, thumping your Bibles to tear us apart. Searching, always searching for a pawn to game. You should be fucking ashamed. That's right, ashamed. Fuck your AK-47, your killing machine, your deadly weapon, spewing God-speak hateful venom on your great white way to your great white heaven. Hella yes, freedom is a fight, but hella no, it ain't about your war. As you pledge your allegiance to God and country, bondage in America thrives at its core. At the depth of our American soul, freedom is what we all search for. Black, brown, yellow, red, white, off-white, and everything in between. We all aspire to a life that's free. But shit ain't changed at all, you see, from the 4 dead in Ohio to the strange fruit still hanging from illusionary trees. Peace, yo, keep up the fight, everybody.
Oh my God, let's go, Jane's spoken word. Woo! Yes. If you're not following that woman, please, please, please do so. She is a staple in our community, and she is always there to support poets. So thank you so much. My Tesoro sisters are in the house tonight. For those who are not following Tesoro, please do so. Firesingers.org. It is our worldwide women's organization we are a part of. Diane Murray Ward is part of it. Shaki G is part of it. So many incredible Jane spoken words. So many of us women are together under the helm. At the helm is Stacey Artist Dyson, poet laureate herself. She is our fearless and brave leader. So if you are interested in learning more about Tesoro and what we do there, please go to firesingers.org.com. One of the two. Dang, Stacey, I will check that. All right, next up we got Miss Poetcon Rosfaya. Poetcon was one of the original poets who we published here at Red or Green Books, and also was, I feel okay saying this, she was my inspiration for the cover of the Touching Tongues women's erotic anthology, which I have earrings to, because she's one of my heart sisters, and I'm totally forever grateful for her love and her friendship. And so let me find her, and we'll get her in. She's not in the anthology, but she's helping to fill in spaces today that are empty. And Poetcon, where'd you go? Love technology. All right, here we go. Let me ask you to unmute. Let me spotlight you, beautiful. Oh, it won't let me spotlight you if your video's off, which is okay. You do not have to turn your video on to read today. But okay, all right. Go ahead, Poetcon.
You're beautiful, gorgeous, warming like the sun heart, Marissa. Is just thank you so much for doing what you can. You always step up to do what you can. And I appreciate you so much for that. To everyone here, to all the poets, thank you for being so brave to speak on your behalf, our children's behalf. So this is from me. I said to myself, I hate being Black. Hate this insatiable struggle with lack, this oh so ever possible mountain of impossibleness created by my counterparts. I am art, not hung up for display, no, kept in the locked closet of the warehouse down the lovely, lonely hallway. The only painting in my room hanging for no one to see. Sometimes it is hard to love the jagged edges of this sketch. Wondering why my creator made me to suffer. How is that love? How do you counteract a plot so deviant, so vile? Melanin split the river Nile, yet I would fervently exchange this range of resilience for penance. Self-acceptance while my protector dies unjustly. Self-love when I feel no one loves me, not this Black skin. Sometimes I wish to give this Black history all back. Tired of being Black. I am a rainbow. Thank you.
All of that. All of that beautiful. Thank you. Thank you for being here. Yeah, you're never far from my thoughts, just so you know. All right, we're going to keep moving on. Henry L. Jones. Henry L. Jones, you are up next. Let me come find you here and spotlight you for everyone. And ask to unmute. Did it go through? Did it work? Henry. Henry. Henry, you're up now. Let's see. Let's see if he's able to unmute himself. If not, if he stepped away and he is missing it. And he had messaged me earlier saying, I'm on my way. And so I know he doesn't want to miss this. Well, there we go. Okay. All right, here we go. Let me, all right. So I cannot spotlight people who do not have their camera on. However, you do not need to have your camera on. I just want, oh, there we go. All right, let me spotlight you. The floor is all yours, sir. Hello, welcome.
Hello there. How's everyone?
Oh, we're great. How are you?
Pretty good. I'm sitting here actually in a coffee house for an open mic that's starting soon. And thank you, Marissa, for the book, your patience, your dedication, and just getting the word out about this important topic. All right. The poem that I have in the book is titled The Music of Whiskey, Cigarettes, and Bullets. There we are, that's better. It's my first time reading from a phone, so bear with me, please, guys. I only heard a dead silence which made my beating heart sound like God's angry thunder, looking for a mighty rainstorm to find and throw my tears into. I knew the scent of your breath when you kissed me hello, the smell of whiskey and cigarettes, beige teeth grinning with jokes, just to see a smile on your face. She shared her old wisdom, telling twisted lies of youth with a believable straight face, and tired eyes looking back, followed with a broken smile.
Oh no, we lost Henry. No. No. Oh, Henry. This is how the O. Henry bar came about. Oh, Henry. A poet froze on the internet. Dang. Usually it clears up after like maybe 10 seconds, 15 seconds. Are you back, Henry? Oh, bummer. Okay. Bummer. We lost him. Maybe he might have lost his internet or whatever, but when he gets back in, we will add him to into the list wherever. He's amazing. I believe he recently won a major book award also, so he'll have to plug that. He's doing incredible work. All right, let's see. The next person I have on my list is AJ Houston. AJ is, I've only talked to AJ like 4 times today. So let's see. AJ, all right, let me spotlight you since we get to see you here. And welcome. AJ is the first page of the book, of course. He always says it's because he's great. I say it's just because his name starts with A and J. But either way, he is great. And we are glad to have you, AJ. Feel free to take it away.
Okay, question. I'm supposed to read the poem that's in the book, right?
You can read anything you want as long as it's on the topic of gun violence. It does not have to be the thing that was in the book.
Okay. I like the poem in the book, but I sent you two. And this is the one I want to read. It's called Children's Book 101. It's in the new book published. It's called The Lost Book of Black. And the book is 496 pages of poetry. And let me find it for you. It's called Children's Book, Elementary School 101. And I want to read this one because of the situation in Tennessee, not the eviction of 2 Black men from the House of Representatives, but the school shooting before that and the reason they were ejected from the House. Children's Book, Elementary School 101. God keeps sending messages, and the voices of children we're either too busy to listen to or we just never receive. Open your book. Open your book to page 1 and read along A. A is for apple, amend, attention, appointed, allotment, awake. What time does school start? What time will the bus arrive? A is for arrival. What time will they get to school? Who will greet them? Are the crossing guards, teachers, parents, someone to help them cross the street? B. B is for blue. Bonnet, bunny, backwards, better, before bondage. B is for bullet. B is for bullet. B is for bullet. B is for bound to happen again. Beware of leaders afraid of real issues, afraid to vote against the NRA. B is for about to be another active, another repeat. B is for because we failed to vote them out. B is for tombstone. How many this time? B is for another school shooting. B is for NRA not really attentioning. B is for Second Amendment doesn't need breath. It's still alive and well, killing Americans daily since December 1st, 1791. Turn to page 2. Start at the top, C. C is for classroom, child. C is for children. C is for circle. Shh, let's be quiet. Chair, cold. C is for losing control of our city, our state, our government, this nation. C is for first period active shooter drills. Have you ever read what teachers are supposed to tell our children? Can you imagine step 1? Run, hide, fight. Provide them basic, easy to remember sayings in the event of an attack. It is important to have a call to action. Step 2, if you see something, say something. Why is it C can't be for playground, swing set, a jungle gym? Step 3, make sure your child understands school protocol. If your school, city, mayor, governor, principal, teacher do not have a response plan, make sure your children understand and know their role and ensure their very own safety. D is for daffodil, damage, dainty, dancing, double deck, danger, dare. D is for don't be Black. Don't be young, don't be scared. D is for don't be learning, don't be in elementary school in America. D is for did not tell you. We need to vote them out. Step 4. Avoid boxed-in spaces like bathrooms, classrooms, any room with the door. Windows are not. Avoid rooms with limited options for escape. Get out of there. Bathrooms are horrible. They do not usually have windows. There's nothing in there to stop a bullet. Stay out of doorways. E is for elaborate. Eclipse, expend, echo, extra. E is for every time, for elated. Usually in the morning at breakfast. E is for extend your arms as far as they are capable. Hold them, your children, as tight as humanly possible. E is for everyday hug your child. Love them. Tell them every day you love them. E is for laughter. Let them know it's okay to have fun, to yell, to scream, to cheer. Step 5. You can make a difference. Be active in your child's school. Schools often will not make changes unless they're feeling pressured to do so. F. F is for food. Foot, favorite, flavor, fishing, fondue. F is for faith, ours is failing. For failure to recognize we have yet to meet our true responsibility of parenting. F is for face the facts, when will we? For fade, for fee, for free. F is for fit. How will we fit the list of so many children's deaths in this era of mass government mismanagement? F is for future. How can they have one if we're not keeping them safe? F is for why didn't we vote them out? F is for forget. How can we forget. There are those who believe Second Amendment is more important than children, than breathing, than education, than birthdays and proms and graduations. F is for don't be Black, don't be young, don't be scared. F is for don't be learning, don't be in elementary school in America. F is for didn't I tell you we need to vote them out? Step one. Did I forget to tell you? Together we can, we should, we must. Only option, only prayer is to vote them out.
Damn it, let's go, AJ. Let's go, AJ. If you want more of that, man, like all of us do, he does a special 7:07 show in the morning. That is Pacific Standard Time. So East Coast, so 7:07, 8:08, 9:09, 10:10. It's the best way, right? Seriously, straight up, AJ, that is the best way that I calculate the time for your show. He does every single day, and we're going to be celebrating the 500 days of him doing that here at the end of April.
On the 28th of April.
28th of May, it's a Friday. And who hangs out with you on your shows on Fridays? Me.
Marissa Prada, we talk about, see, let me just say this before I go. Every Friday on 7:07, we talk about Goodreads, goodreads.com. Goodreads is the most extensive database of books in the United States. So we talk about Goodreads because our goal of 2023 is to try and get everybody in our circle, in our community, at least 100 5-star reviews on their books. Because you can imagine we can change some lives if we can get everybody to download Goodreads and leave a review on everybody's book. So we can have 100 5-star reviews in no time. We don't have to spend the whole year trying to get it. But anyway, I appreciate it. Follow me, AJ Weird Artist. And the book I read from is called The Lost Book of Black. It's a new book. It's hardcover, black book, black pages, 496 pages of poetry. Thank you, Marissa. I thank you. I tell you, I'm proud of you. All 18 times I talked to you today, I tell you I was proud of you. So thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you, AJ, so much. It's so true, right? We become so interwoven with each other in this community. 7:07 has become a really great staple for those who are on Instagram to touch base with each other, even just to listen to things. AJ's platform really champions voting and voting rights, so we can start changing things really from the inside out. And if you're interested about publishing and learning about how to get your book on Goodreads and how to be part of the Goodreads movement, we do a snippet on his show on Friday mornings. So let's go. I'm excited. Y'all got to follow each other. That's the only thing I can say, is that this is a huge melting pot of opportunity, experience, knowledge, connection, that can bring about change. And I'm incredibly lucky that all of you are here. I don't know how to say that. I've only met maybe half of you in person, maybe less than that. And we're all in this project together. So that is magic and purpose. It's purpose, right? Now I see Henry L. Jones made it back in to the room. No, did he get kicked out again? Oh, I let him in the room. Oh, man. Henry messaged me, said his phone shut off. He was experiencing technical difficulties, and he's not here anymore. So we're going to keep going. If he's able to make it in, then super fun. Great. I told him we would get him back on if he was able to get back in the room. Henry's amazing, by the way. That man, he's wonderful. So please follow him if you did not get a chance to hear him or his full thing today. June Powers, you're up next. June, I did get to hug June Powers in New York City at the New York City Poetry Festival. June, you're in Arizona. You're very close to me. You and another other poets who are in Arizona, right? We've been talking about trying to do Arizona things, and so perhaps there is an event in Arizona on the horizon. Phoenix is only 6 hours from me. That is a very quick drive. So for you Arizona poets out there, June is amazing, and her work is sensational. After June, we have fresh linens in the house, y'all. And then we got Coach Jaw Smalls. You're in too. That would make you in the hole. Emphasize whole. Yes, you are welcome. June, let me spotlight you. There you go.
Hey, good afternoon, everybody. And big hugs and thank you to Marissa. It was thrilling to meet you in person, and I'm so happy to be a part of this. And I commend you on amazing curating. I have loved all of the verse I've heard, and I love the book, just love it. I'm going to read the poem called Lightning that is in the book, and then if there's time, an excerpt from a poem called Prison In, Prison Out, which unfortunately is the next step for some people. And there are still minors being tried as adults, which is not a good thing at all. Okay, here we go. I saw it all. The lightning snapped its fingers, the tree cracked in half, trying to dance in response. The boy screamed at being home alone again. The neighbors ran, crowded outside to see the crack and wonder. I saw it all and started to think about the neighbors and the misconceptions of death and whether I'd missed something in the hearing and whether I'd missed them or not, if it came to that. I'm not afraid of death, but I worry for my neighbors. I worry because of the consumption of raw ideas and TV whatnots they consume. They are consumed with the ideas of possible death. I worry consistently. I am afraid of my worry and general consumption of these ideas by others, uncooked, unprocessed, mixed with TV whatnots and hearsays. I worry consistently. The worry eats me. The worry for my neighbors hunts me. And I wonder, how is it to consistently discuss the leaving the street too early, leaving the life too early, at the hands of a gruesome deed, like a freak lightning, crack, crack, or a child just playing like he saw on TV, pow, pow, commercials, just playing like he saw on TV, and the lightning and the whole scene, everybody running to see, everybody driving new hatchback silver to deliver the silver business and the roses sweet, deliver the business and the roses on their way to the 5th, 6th, 7th car, when he, the boy, he dreamt of a real bed and a refrigerator, what keeps the light on, so you can see if it's a mouse that ran over your foot or a something else. And the lightning, crack, crack, spurred him on, pow, pow. And now everybody screaming, a whole crying scene, the atmosphere of excitement, he thought, pow, pow, after cereal, sugar cereal for dinner again. Oh my God. Oh my God, the lightning, crack, crack. And now everybody screaming, a whole crying scene. The atmosphere was pow, pow. The lightning snapped its long, brittle fingers at the sound of the bullet. Keeping up, keeping time, the bullet rested in the wall of a neighbor this evening. Pow, pow. Everybody's so upset this time, dealing with unwanted forces and lightning. Crack, crack. And the child now in trouble with the law. Pow, pow. And a new temporary home. Oh my God. Oh my God. The neighbors, the fear, the bullet people, the fear rose in them, and the lightning snapped above them, crack, crack, repeatedly, as the discussions of death and illuminated bullets prevailed this night outside at the neighbors. I saw it all. I saw it all. I will read Prison In, Prison Out. He remembers the showers in, especially the first, the initial shock of being scoured like a pan into supposed submission, in forced water, in individual beads of force pelleting his skin, stinging his skin, wondering what happened to the soap, travel sized, and the refreshment. He remembered the current in the underlying flow of highly excitable energy, highly volatile, Molotov cocktail volatile, highly riotous in any moment something could break. The current only felt under. The vibe was kept under the cell checks under, the exercise and the meals under, the labor, the appeals, the deals more vicious than anything on the street. He remembered the release, out. That day, his old clothes back, out. He could speak about trees, overflowing rivers, and lottery tickets, bathe in real light, out, without humiliation or supposed submission. His girl maybe waited to hold his hand again, eat pie, real pie, and compare shadows, trying to step on them in the evening sun. He still remembered the current, out, years, out, the stench of humiliation still underlying the current flowing next to the sounds of imminent death. Years, out, he still remembered, out. Thank you so much.
Oh my God, June, let's go. I am so excited. There are so many poets who live within 8 hours of me. Like Denver is within 8 hours, 6 hours. Phoenix is 6 hours. El Paso's 4. Dallas is 8. Vegas is 8. Like, I love it. I am definitely within driving distance for so many of you. If there are events in your area you would like to promote this, let's go. I just got my car back from the dealership. I'm ready to go. I was without my car for 3 months, but she's back and I'm ready to put gas in her, even if it's $3.50 a gallon. We're gonna do it because it's important. Even San Diego's only 12 hours. I'll be out on the West Coast later this year, so it's totally fine. Let's go. I'm very excited that Mr. Witz is in the room. He was sneaky and he wasn't being naked. And I only say that for those of you who don't know. Mr. Witz always says, who's naked up in here? But he's meaning proverbially. We're talking about being naked with our words. Not like full of no nudity on this show, but we can totally undress and strip it bare with our words. But Witz was totally dressed. So Witz, I'm gonna give you shit about this forever. He was under a different name, so we're gonna squeeze him into the list after Fresh Linen because we like his nudity. Again, we're not talking about real nudity. All right, for those of you who don't understand poetic license. Poetic license. All right, Fresh Linen is up next. Let me go ahead and find him and ask him to unmute. Like I have to do what? Oh, Fresh is unmuted. I don't want to hear myself in echo. Don't worry, I'll get you unmuted again. I have to tell you this quick thing, and I got to give Fresh all his roses because first of all, he's active duty military here in the United States. So thank you for your service. You and your friends and what you're doing is a huge damn deal. And we appreciate your sacrifice. His beautiful wife, Ella Diem, did the cover art. Much like how Vex Lex became the namesake of American Graveyard. Ella Diem, who's a cover artist for Red or Green Books, she submitted this piece, which is the cover art for the art book. She submitted it to the anthology, and it stopped me damn dead in my tracks. And I was like, there's no way we can do black and white art anthology. We have to do full color. And so I asked her to make the cover art, the art book, and she graciously said yes. And so this is truly a community project. It's not a Marissa Prada project. It's not a Green Books project. It's a community project. It is involving all of us and all of you. And so thank you for being on the journey. But I got to tell this quick little story, Fresh, because you deserve all these damn roses. Fresh Linen, I invited him to publish with Red or Green Books during the original launch of the original poets who we launched from Red or Green Books. And he was like, well, maybe I submitted my book to a couple places. I'm going to see if they pick it up. I was like, cool, that's good. I hope they do. They would be super smart to do so. And they didn't because they're stupid. And we're smart. And I remember the day, it was the day we were actually featuring him at The Word Is Right. he messaged me on the phone on Messenger, and he said, Ella and I have talked about it and we're going to publish with you. And I remember like my eyes, I don't know if I ever told you the story fresh or not, but like my eyes started welling up with tears. And I text Ma Dukes right away, because Ma Dukes was one of the original poets also that we were launching in Cerebellum Mental. And I was like, oh my God, Fresh Linen said yes. He had just, I asked him to marry me and he said yes. But marry me in like a poetic way, right? Like to be forever joined in this journey of publishing work. And I knew at that moment, like I closed my eyes and I said a little prayer to God. And I said, God, I will do whatever it is you want. You just point me in the direction you want me to go, and I'm going to go. And I knew that the right people were coming in line with what we were doing. And it's because this man said yes. And his beautiful wife said yes, that we're continuing to do the work that we're doing. And so now, like, look at this Fresh, like 3 years later, we got 50 books, over 200 people. Like, come on. This is legacy work, y'all, that we're doing here. We're here for American Graveyard, but the larger scope of this is the work that we're doing in literature, in this industry, with people, with their stories. And Fresh Linen is a huge part of that. So I got to give him some flowers, because he was one of the original people who believed in us and what we were doing. So I'm going to shut up now, and I'm going to let him do his thing. And then after Fresh, we got Mr. Wentz.
Okay, cool. So again, thanks for having this space, Marissa. And no, you never told me that story. It's really humbling. Just because I guess that was a blessing from being on quarantine. I got to, being over in Germany, got to hop into the open mics virtually and got to meet you and all these other great poets. So again, thanks for the opportunity. I'm going to read Baby Bullet from the anthology. If you guys are holding the anthology, I have a hidden message in the poem, and you'll figure it out when you see how the text looks. This poem is actually recorded too. It'll be released on all streaming platforms probably next month, once I get all my equipment back, since I'm moving now to Portugal. But this is Baby Bullet. And speaking of that, you might hear my baby in the background, co-signing. Born of combustion and carbon, equipped with defense mechanisms and sights with no ability to see, destined to be held in hands and arms with love, swaddled in privilege, breastfed excuses, oxytocin released when fed by parents, all a part of the formula for propaganda. Propped up, tucked away on display for every bystander. Your first breath signals someone else's last. Guns, you are America's newborns. Gun wields more reproductive rights than woman. Quick to adopt a gun and abandon responsibility after triggered. The words from a gun's mouth divorce bullets who abort future parents and children. Foreign bodies inherit familiar projectiles, gunshot residue, be an arsenal fully loaded with teardrops, left to water family trees, now crooked. Our ordinance for ordinance means ordinarily the roots to the problem get covered up with dirt. Soiled Second Amendment be a love letter from our famous forefathers who fronted father figures for freedom, turn a mob into a legion. His story nowadays, fists no longer have the caliber, but the trunk got 22, rifle, ricochet, revolver, rounds of hollow tips over rounds of solid fists were raised around secondhand gun smoke, fully automatic asthmatics, inhaling hope. Who could afford to hold their breath? Schools and places of worship are no longer gun-free zones. Teachers expected to hit the mark in more than one way. Future looking like gunshot coupons instead of box tops. Shotgun slugs instead of apples on desktops. What's next? Birthday gifts turn into bulletproof backpacks. It's hard to vote for change when registering to vote has more steps than buying a gun. Ballots written in firing pen ink. But whatever it takes to keep the rocket's red glare out of the eyes of the hateful and mentally unstable. In the meantime, be careful. Any day your children can meet pistol, grip them tightly while they're still warm, and pray this cold world never gives them a full metal jacket. Our screen shows us news clips of who's clipped by magazine clips. Video go viral of somebody's son being lead poisoned time after time. Now the whole world go blind watching sun eclipse. You see gun. China might be your mama, but America raised you. You see gun. equal good. Gun equals safe. Gun equal targets. Gun equals intent. Gun equals impact. Gun equals problem. Gun equals solved. Gun equals blood. Gun equals contraction. Gun equals scream. Gun equals breathe. Gun equals hashtag. Gun equals squeeze. Gun equals protection. Gun equal or X or else. Gun equals fear. Gun equals control. Gun equals fear. Gun equals control. Who pulled the trigger? I don't know. We did. Don't you get it? Gun equal freedom. Congratulations. It's a beautiful, healthy weapon. Would that be cash or card? Thank you.
Damn it, let's go.
Appreciate y'all.
Wait. I gotta mute Fish because I don't like myself in. There we go. Okay, I don't like myself in stereo. It's not a pretty thing. But please, if you're not following Fresh London, please do so. Yes, he's amazing. His book's amazing. Ella is an incredible cover artist. We're so excited to have her as well. Shout out to the baby. Thanks for being so patient as a parent. I know my kids sacrifice a lot to poetry, so I feel your all's pain. But yeah, let's go. Next up, we got Mr. Witz. Are you ready, Witz? You changed your handle, right? So now we can. And I see Maria is still is still a co-host on here, so I will remove that for her so that no one is messaging her that might not know she's not a co-host. All right, Mr. Witz. We did not realize he was in the house because his handle was something different.
Good evening, family. How's everybody doing? It's good to see the many of you. Some faces I've never met before, so it's amazing to be in this room with you all, as well as being in this illustration with you all. I'm proud to be in this journey, and I'm proud of you all for taking it. The piece I'm going to share tonight is it's entitled "Fall Asleep to the Lullaby of Gunfire." And it was a late submission, so it didn't make the book, but I still feel irrelevant, so I would like to share it. Evil speaks out from rockets, triggered by the hand, when they do exactly what they were designed for. Though all blame lie in the clenched fists of those who wager, you have to identify with its creation. They say a weapon is a weapon, even before in use. And I used to think this world was full of so much love. Then I grew in knowledge of that love of destruction, the lust to be greater than that had overcome her dreams, the devastation that had now claimed her new purpose, fading earth but a grave for all of earth things. And I didn't take much of a song to catch on, not as if I could turn ear away from the tune, the decaying volumes, the synthesizing acoustics, bravery she homed inside of her booms. Most nights was like I was listening to mood music, frightening beats rocking in and out my sleep. Winds whistle more often evenings of the winter, yet hell has a serenade for summer's eve. A whole note rest bends to the whim of the firearm. Those shells are the only sleeves that cover in yards. When in search of the jackets, gleaming in the twilight, laying underneath the moon is not a mirage. It reminds me of that burst of stars in Offa. The national accord promised to air over America. The spark in the fire, the light, the red glare. Proof of the flag that would not be moved. You've been training our awareness since childhood cartoons. While Mayor Tashara Jones lacked a flinch at the puning ricochet, we haven't had the luxury to move far away from. ever having to hear the chords of a handgun strum. We've become the remix, the 808 rhythm, the low-end bass sound that emanates from the kick, echoing silence out from the blast. Those all too familiar whistles of a track knuckleballing pitch that reached the windowsill. Too accustomed to hearing that whisper reach us from a pillow. Every night I fall asleep to the lullaby of gunfire, an MOP anthem, a URL rap battle. You don't really think tomorrow unless you got something planned. You just get through today, listening to the way shots spray bass lines through the orchestration of our city's drumline, time-ripping metal that will rock you in your cradle. Eternal rest may bed you a fetal position, holiday excuses to light up the sky. We just looking for a reason to celebrate. We done poured enough out for those who ain't here to know they shouldn't have left us in these ways. But the street claimed revenge in the mounting depths. If it was God's will that man be weaponized, then humanity will destroy itself. I pray we find a vibration suitable for us to melody our way from desire. So one day we won't have to wake our babies to the lullaby of gunfire. Thank you.
Oh man, let's go, Mr. Witz. For those who are not aware, orange is the national color for gun violence, which is why those who received their books, if they were, I think it was 4 or less, or 3 or less, you received them in envelopes that were orange. The orange envelopes we're sending out to the U.S. state senators as well in the Sponsor Senator program. So yes, thank you all so much. If you're not following Mr. Witz, please do so. Yeah, thank you, Witz. All right, next up we got Coach Jaw Smalls. Jaw wrote the foreword for American Graveyard, the literary book. So the literary book that has 200 pages, 67 contributors, he wrote the foreword for. He is a real-life survivor of gun violence. Every moment I spent with this man, my life is better because of it. So I hope that you feel the same way in our collective outcry for change, because there's no one who can speak to it better than Coach Jaw Smalls. So I'm going to go ahead and invite him to unmute, and I'm going to spotlight him.
Good evening, everybody. Listen, it has been on fire in here. Thank you all for being here. Thank you all for contributing, being a part of this major movement. I just want to mention that when there's a victim of any sort of gun violence, 2 families are automatically affected forever. And think about that, because it goes strong. It's way beyond just what we've seen. It's always 2 families automatically involved. And so I'm going to read the poem that's actually in the book. It's called 4th Grade. The first time was in the 4th grade. My hands glued themselves to my side, eyes found a way to still themselves. I was focused in and can't remember where my heart went, but it left me. Found its way to someone else's hands, my life photoshopped in the gunman's possession, the hands of this photographer in my first photo shoot outside, sun bathing my skin, but autumn in New York City has no warmth. My fear stayed trapped in this window, staring at this nozzle barrel, not friendly like cartoons. My body froze, left me wondering why mom didn't walk me to school today. My dad left a solo. There was a marathon within my mindset. I called names I can't even spell. Waist building up in my pelvic area. My knees learned to love themselves just a little more. My fear found a scream and held it shut. Mouth open, but words left for another time zone. The next time it happened, breakfast hadn't met our table. Milk jug in one hand, bullets flying from a passenger window. Body rolled over, hands covering eyes and ears, someone's voice screaming a prayer I hope to never pray. The next time it happened, well, I forgot that day. Time refused me an exit. My feet found new pavement, then more pavement than my eyes could grasp. And then there was the next time, and the next time, and the next time. In 18 years, it found me. 20 days after my celebration. 1 week before Thanksgiving, my hallway became a crime scene. This body became a pincushion. Someone's gun decided my tattoo, dimple mark in my face as territory. Someone decided I had an iron deficiency and lead was the best they could do. No one needs permission when bullets are more accessible than prescriptions. I know it sounds like a movie, but Spielberg himself couldn't write these nightmares I face every single day when depression tries to tell me no one who says I love you really wish me dead, rattles with everything the Second Amendment allows criminals to hold on to. I know this can't be this way forever. At least that's the lie I pray comes true every day. But it's been over 30 years. 5 shots fired. Open torso and 33 staples later, here I am, the casualty of a war I never signed up for, sleep teasing me like a 20-year-old's wet dream. Therapy sounds like a Band-Aid over a gushing river. Sometimes it helps. And other times I just can't get out of my own way.
Oh my God. The chat is blowing up. Right? All of that. Bullets are more accessible than prescriptions is absolutely an illustration of the priorities in this country. Yeah. So his forward is amazing. He's amazing. Now you understand why being part of his circle and being part of his life is enriching yours. Please find him, like him, follow all of his stuff. He has big things coming up. He was nominated for Poet Laureate of Charlotte, North Carolina last year. We got that. That's coming down the pipe, Jaw. You know it is. People in their right minds, they got to make that happen. Let's go. You got to get your ass here in September for the New Mexico Poetry Festival. You have to. I mean, y'all, if you're not planning on it, start. Come here to New Mexico for the New Mexico Poetry Festival. Red or Green Books is sponsoring it September 8th, 9th, and 10th. It's 9/9. Like, how can you not be here on 9/9? It's a magical lining of numbers. September 9th. You want to be here. You don't want to miss it. So, Jaw, we need to get you. We can figure it out. We'll figure it out. Get a damn truck and drive your ass over here. We got to make it happen. It is too important not to have everyone's message amplified. So, yeah. Rick Spisak is one of the most humble human beings I've ever met, and he has always welcomed me into his poetry world, no matter my style, which can be crass at times. He's always been very, very generous and very kind to me, and he has allowed me onto his platform many times, and I'm just really, really grateful for Rick. So I'm gonna invite you up here, Rick, to look at my co-host. He's already got it going on. Now you have to scroll back up. Hey, it's large Zoom people problems, right? Large Zoom people problems. All right, so Rick, I'm gonna spotlight you and then take it away. Wait, I can't hear you. Is that you don't seem muted, but can you guys hear him? Okay, so it's not just me. All right, Rick, so I'll go back. It could be just a matter of connecting to the audio, which this man, he knows what he's doing, so I'm not too worried. Let me ask you to unmute, okay? No. So you may want to hit the little caret, little triangle and connect to audio. Maybe it's internal audio connection issue. I don't hear you. Do you want to go out and come back? Okay, all right, we'll do that. I'm a really incredible also lip reader and okay, and charades player. So don't ever play me as charades. Just kidding. I do want to do reverse charades here on YouTube, which would be a lot of fun. It's where everyone knows what the answer is, but the person who is doing the charade doesn't know, and they have to guess by watching the screen. Don't you think that would be just a phenomenally entertaining? Yes, JCC, she's my spirit animal. We got to connect after this. All right, hopefully Rick can go and come back. Dan Brady, let's see. Dan, are you around? Dan, you were after Rick, so I'm totally good with putting you in.
Okay.
Oh, Dan is not. He had to leave and come back too. So wait,
I'm here.
Oh, he is here. My wonderful co-host is amazing. He is way faster than I am. So whenever he puts you to unmute, puts you to the top of the line on this other computer, and I can't see. So let me spotlight you, my friend, and there we go. All right, Dan, take it away.
I just want to say, Marissa, thank you for all your enthusiasm, wild enthusiasm for everybody here, creating an event like this, and for everything else that makes a long list of things that I could go on and spend my entire time here talking about. A couple of things for everybody. I'm new to a lot of you and vice versa, but what I just put in the chat is an effort that I'm making to find and list live streaming poetry open mics wherever they happen to be. It's an effort that myself and a few friends, and I'm really, take a look at those links, get in touch with me and say, here's one or here's one, and put me in touch with hosts. I'm going to read the poem that's in the anthology and a few haiku just to get things rolling here. I got my timer. So, okay, so to show you, just because people, haiku has a lot of things in it, and I've stretched the thing. So here's a few just to show you stretchiness here. Haiku. There's a new TV program, a quiz show with prizes called What's My Problem? Okay. Different thing here, a political haiku. Capitalism and cannibalism. What are the differences? Just a question. There are only two things, poetry and the causes of poetry. And then before I get to the poem that's in the anthology, these are a few historical haiku. I'll begin with this one. Optimistic take. Men, the kind who go to war, killing themselves off still. Then this smoky battlefield, bodies strewn, a medallion's glint, the long justice of silence. And then this one is from a friend of mine years ago. He was a veteran. So the haiku goes like this: Vet, wars are about God. I nod. He adds, yep, gold, oil, drugs. And then, so this is the poem that's in the collection here. And I can't remember which school killing this was for, but it was several years back, so and still relevant. Here we go. Only in America do teachers become human shields, taking bullets meant for students, an unexpected perk which their profession yields. Only in America do we have mass murderers ticking away at schools. Only in America is it impossible to do anything about such waste using our political tools. None of our leaders has an answer, not one. Though it isn't because there isn't an answer under the sun. Of the 200 plus nations on this earth, none have this problem. Yet do we ask them for advice? What would a solution be worth? And couldn't we afford its price? But oh no, not us. We're not up to that task. No, we'll never stoop to ask. We'd rather go on and on, you know, as if everything is just fine. As day in, day out, there is headline after headline. Only in America do tens of thousands fall to gun violence each year, and many more their heart's worth spent consoling survivors they hold dear. But let's have more memorials, more photos of dreamy-eyed innocents, all happily smiling just the moment before. Let us post their words of wisdom, tell tales of their talents, their salient, sparkling wit. Let us place candles and flowers and teddy bears as markers supposedly apt or somehow fit. Let pulpit pounders pontificate by the score with more tearful, poignant regrets, more meaningful quotes and salutary notes, politicians stumping on anecdotes and intimate clips of live action horror. Let's have all those things and more details to hear, more shots to see. We never seem to get enough, do we? With hundreds of thousands of deaths over decades, more than we have lost in all our wars, still we cannot find a way. Still we have no answer for the heartless minds that kill. But in America, the land of the free, home of the brave, we can't solve this, prevent it, or take it in hand. What would it take to do those things? We don't know. Our government hasn't taken a stand. So I'm more than bone tired, more than just puzzled. I'm angry at leaders who have nothing to say or do anything besides decry it day after day. And for those buying the talking heads on TV lying who say, lone wolf, God's mysterious ways, let us pray. All the editors, media mavens whose actions make no sense are exactly those who could make a difference. But instead, they make absolutely no difference at all by doing nothing, nothing, nothing at all. Only in America is murder thus inspired, even condoned, while the sheeple bleat in a chorus of useless remorse, mimicking useless words from useless leaders who lead them on and on along this horrific course. All the victims and mourners say enough is enough. I'm glad to see the youth of America organize and really get tough. I say, demand your certain inalienable rights to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. I cheer as you get up, stand up, and show the right stuff.
Yes. Yes. Let's go, Dan Brady. Let's go. Dan has a community collective email thing that he's got going on. If you have poetry events happening, get with Dan. If you don't have his information, get with me and I'll get it to you. He is a wonderful hub of connecting poets to places. So thank you so much, Dan. All right, Rick Spisak is back. So Diane, if you would grant me the grace, we're going to bring Rick back up to see if he's able to go ahead and finish his, restart his entire set.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, hang on. Let me spotlight you, my friend. Ah, there you are. Okay, go ahead.
First, thank you, all you wonderful poets. I'm going to call upon you to not just talk to each other, talk to the legislators, talk to your judges, send those wonderful, powerful words of yours out. You know about the horrible decision in Tennessee. I wrote, my local congressman is the cretin who sponsored the quashing of these people. I wrote him and I said, please, sir, you are law enforcement. Do you relish the idea of a heavenly armed citizenry? I can't imagine that you do. Join me in standing up for the right of free speech, the right to protest. So I ask you that. Do that for me. Do that for yourself, for the children, for your neighbors' kids. And now I'm not going to read the one from the book. It's so wonderful. The book is amazing. Buy some for your friends. I want to read this instead. I want to take our call for peace to a larger story. And I call this running out of death supplies. Whether we're talking about Ukraine or the Middle East or Africa, there's just too goddamn much war supplies. So I wrote this. It's called, oh no, they're running out of death supplies. I don't know, but perhaps that seems wise. They're running out of bombs and bullets. Your sense of humor wouldn't pull it. I guess, my friend, an empty rifle just doesn't do it. An empty cannon can't be foolish. It hardly seems much ado with duelish. All out of mines? I think that's fine. Might as well use a group of mimes, some acrobats, or maybe dancers, although, alas, they don't leave cancers like old depleted uranium. Not as lethal. Oh, woe is me. Send mean messages, insults and stuff, then throw some pillows. Pillows with lots of fluff. Bash them with pillows. That'll be tough. We have lots of those. We can heave them rough. Although it really won't even bloody a nose, maybe we'll pelt them with miniature rose. Oh gosh, we're out of bullets too. What's an unarmed general to do? There's some wise guys at the munitions plant who made it his mission to see that they can't build another explosive device. He did it once, he could do it twice. It's the kind of guy that should get a prize. Thank you, my friends.
Oh my God, let's go. Let's go. JCC says, I think she might hereby coin in honor of Rick whimsicism. Whimsical cynicism. That's all of it. All of it is what she just coined. So if you can say that, you can coin it. I'm just kidding. Yes, no, Rick is amazing. His work is phenomenal. Post, if you're not familiar with his format, please stamp your ticket, get on board the train. Right? This is what we do. All right, we're gonna keep going. It's not stopping because Diane Murray Ward is next. Diane Murray Ward is next. She has been one of the most gracious supporters of Red or Green Books, and she's phenomenal. I'm probably one of her biggest fans, outside of Advocate, who still probably wants to marry her, but we won't talk about that. And after Diane, we have Erin Carey and then Laura Greva. Let me spotlight you, beautiful.
Thank you so much. And there's so much we can do with this, and we need to do, and we know how. We're the adults in the room, I think. I'm just going to read what I have in the book, and this is called Shivers. I'm confined. I feel prejudiced against. I feel used. I feel mislabeled. I am mortified. I feel as if I haven't a voice or a say in some of the actions I am forced to perpetrate. There are those like me who look like me, who feel misjudged. Our voices, our thoughts, with spokespersons who never asked us our opinion or side of these issues. Why? Because we are only a tool, an object, color hardened by design. You'll use me and I'll cry. You'll die and I won't cry. Well, maybe selfishly. I am despised, propelled against my will. My targets, I hear, sigh. I cannot deny how much pain and suffering I inflict. I am sickened that I even exist. I can only move when attended. I rely upon others for everything I do. My grooming, where I go, who I interface with, my actions are scripted. I have supportive advocates. I am revered and worshipped. I am international. I had humble beginnings, as with most of our shared histories. I can be hoard for trouble and pretend I'm for peace. Sometimes I amuse myself into believing that I keep harmony and provide an equal footing through the violence I am capable of inflicting as a last resort. In full disclosure, however, sometimes I'm the inciter, initiator, the taunter, the eliciter, the darer, the causer, the promoter. Humbled by your need for me, I, as I stated, can only move when attended. I never act alone. I rely upon others for every move I make. I am channeled into a tunnel whose daylight, night light starts with a click, stages into a whistling breeze, then dulls upon impact. An impact I never know ahead of time, slowing me down. An impact I did not choose. An impact I supplemented without choice because I have no say in my use. I conform without a will of my own. To some, I am attractive in my sleek design, upgrades, ability to devastate you. My presence is unforgettable. I leave marks, cause cavernous spaces. I am not heroic silver. However, as every bullet knows, we cause shivers. Thank you.
Oh my God, let's go. Oh, Lady Diane Ward. Oh man, let's go to Soto Women in the House. I got to hug this creature. She's real. She is real. Don't tell Advocate. He still thinks you're make believe in his mind, but but yes, Diane Murray Ward, thank you so much for being part of this incredible anthology, and thank you for all the love and support for this press that you have had sustained through the years. We appreciate you. Next up, we have Erin Carey. Oh my God. Anytime I get to publish a woman and a mom, and it's her first publication ever, it is so exciting for me. And that is so true for Erin. And after Erin, we have Laura Greville and then Evelyn Hampton. So let me go ahead and spotlight you, beautiful, real quick. Hi.
Hi.
Oh, did you get the voice going? Dang, it's like Diane. It's like, oh, straight to my heart. Let's go.
Well, first and foremost, I want to say thank you so much for you, Marissa, and for everybody who contributed to this amazing anthology, everyone who picked, each individual, and for all of us here, all throughout the world who is continuously working to fight against gun violence, not just in our country, but elsewhere. And I have a little caveat I want to use or say before I get into my pieces. I am a single mother of 4 in Michigan. 3 schools, 2 different districts. Will all 4 of my children live to see 18, to follow through with their dreams? One son's bisexual, one son's autistic, one daughter is Black, one daughter is an empath. We live with a plethora of mental illness and trauma. They are the epitome of American hate. We live 12 minutes from Oxford High School and a little over an hour from Michigan State, where my grandmother attended. My kids are all a target, but I have a responsibility. I have a poet's voice and heart. I have to continue to fight with my pen and my feet so my children and all American children may live to see another day. I'm going to read the 2 pieces that I submitted to the anthology, as well as an additional piece that I wrote on Michigan State. My first piece is called Crippled Hearts. What do you say to the evil that preys on heartstrings? Little human beings, traumatized wings, entrusting the deepest vulnerabilities within false security. Surety is not claimed as they reel for the maimed, the slain, the forgotten mentality that cripples their frames. The schoolyard will never be the same. Old children's games flushed down the drain, replaced with nightmares they can never shake, running scared to the hair of a trigger. Shriveling hearts within a barrel, their futures in peril, as ghosts fill hallways with the reality that there is more at stake than just the grade. Crippling Hearts. My second piece, Down the Barrel. No longer playing pretend. No, now only a duty to defend, composing art from bloody pen, contending with forgetting or just becoming a silent view. No longer amused, confusion folding within fractured molds. Bold ink blended into incomplete lessons, burned to the bell, blasting bullets as they cry, carrying the noose like a comet screeching through the sky. Throats dry, but you never thought hide and seek would give you the edge to the knife to carve a shelter into murdering Red Rover. School's out forever. As scorched skulls are freed, radio speaker billows lost, crossing fingers over hearts, training littles to dart the gun. Here they lie, and no one has won. Frightened skies become the ballast, skipping rope, jumping hope that this will be the last time. But can we hear our children's cries? Hunkered under desks, barricaded behind doors, innocent screams pouring out all over the floor. staining halls on repeat. For this is no game of dodgeball. How do we protect them after all? And my third piece is called Ride. Excuse me, not ride. Run, hide, fight. For trauma doesn't tell time. Scrofulous salutations, baited like wafers soaked in blood. When will the decimation and devastation end? A minutia of munitions, mortally molding minds of these fragmented states where ballistic baseball is all the rage. Tell me, Congressman, if it was your child on display up for target practice each and every day, would you still be sleeping and spooning with the NRA? Scurrying like mice, trying not to make a single squeak. Lights off, hidden under dirty laundry, piling up furniture to prevent the breach. This is not a drill. Active shooter. Run, hide, fight. That is the bedtime story running through every parent, teacher, and child's mind in this country every fucking night. Some of these students will never get their degree or have the chance to complain about geometry. They will never go back home to their families. How do you expect them to rest in peace? There is no legacy for those murdered while you sit back in your high seat. No respite for grieving or carrying a generation of PTSD. Insignificant spin on the same fucking story. This isn't a fucking Disney movie. No fairy tale ending. Just years of repairing. Broken beings, smoked not seen, watching classmates and teachers bleed out at their feet. How many caskets need to be lined up in a row for you to get what I mean? This is not the fucking American dream. Thank you. Much love to you all.
Let's go. Let's go. Erin Carey. Oh my God.
Thank you.
Straight up. Let's go. I'm so excited to have you be part of this journey, and I can't wait to see what you do with the full collection. Like, yes.
Thank you.
All of it. All of it. All right, we're going to keep rocking and rolling this soul train. Laura Greville is up next. And she's amazing. I hear this woman quite a few times in different open mics. So I'm going to have her come up. And then Evelyn Hampton, you are on deck.
Hello, Marissa. Thank you so much. It's wonderful to be here with all of you. Very moving. And I appreciate your work so much, Marissa, and all of your words, it makes, I live abroad, and one feels isolated and angry when these things happen, and they happen again and again and again, and it's really nice to be here with you and to talk about these things together and hear your incredible work. And I'm going to read the two pieces I submitted for this, and the first one is called I'm an American Who Once. I'm an American who once was a child, walking summer streets, barefoot and bareheaded, purpose-filled with watching the trees, hearing the birds, being part of the air, smiling at the sky. Who once was young, riding my bike in the heat of the night, beneath the cool stare of the moon. The porches were filled with darkness and cats, with plants and chats and windows of light. Who once bussed to school and sat in class where our minds were filled with worries about tests, if our homework was done, did our hair look a sight? Would we, with split-second timing, spy the cute one who spun our hearts? Who once smiled at strangers, good morning, we said, nodded our heads, knowing the comfort of that brief shared moment with fellow human while going somewhere. Who once sat in restaurants, relieved of the cooking, eating chips and salsa calmly, chatting with friends. Our purses were filled with brushes and Bic pens, wallets and lipstick. Who once went to work and sat at my desk, chewing on doubts about my car repair, my not so true love, my profession, the tedious scenes and numbers to crunch while waiting for lunch. I'm an American who once lived in a land where every second wasn't spent judging the faces, where every second wasn't spent scanning for exits, where every second wasn't spent counting the dead, where my days were filled without the fear of looking down the barrel of a gun. The second piece is called Best Country in the World. Best country in the world, we say, as guns rise up to aim, as hands close over shaft. Best country in the world, we sing, as eyes put bead on target. Best country in the world, you ask, as fingers touch the trigger. Best country in the world, we cry as we wash and dress our dead. The legless walk down the street, the fingerless play flute behind, the bleeding swim with shining wings. The march is such a sight. Our mouths fill with crimson waves. Our time is running out. Crow flies from tree to tree, visiting the graves. Sun raises up tired eyes, wants not to see us play. We create our own apocalypse. Now comes the break of day.
Oh, let's go, Laura. Let's go. Oh my God. Y'all, like, it's just kismet. It's destiny and luck and serendipity and all of it that we all ended up in this place. And it's not lost on me that we're all here because of just insurmountable tragedy. So and grief. So thank you all for being here and for your efforts and your words. Yeah, we'll keep this torch going. We got things coming up that have to keep emerging from this project. Evelyn Hampton, you are up next, followed by Shaki G, Karen Scott, and to finish us up all the way from the UK, we have Sydney Conte, which is, it's getting late where he's at. So thank you all so much. Let me see, Evelyn. Let me go ahead and spotlight you. Thank you so much for being here, and take it away.
Thank you very much. Shout out to all the poets. Everybody's doing a fantastic job. And to Marissa for all your dedication, your encouragement, and your hard work in bringing this extremely important book to life. I wish you could send it to every politician and to every gun manufacturer in the country. I'm going to read the poem from the book and then one I wrote after this was published. This one is for Paul, and it has an epigraph. Every year, an average of 185 people in New Jersey die by gun suicides, and 12 are wounded by gun suicide attempts, a rate of 1.9 suicides and 0.1 suicide attempts per 100,000 people. New Jersey has the 48th highest rate of gun suicides and gun attempts in the US. Returning from physical therapy and a quick trip for some groceries, she called out to him from the kitchen. No response. She assumed he was in the yard. Through the window, she could see him lying as usual in the sun on his lounge chair, napping, no doubt, she chuckled. At lunchtime, she went out to wake him. His right arm dangled at his side. She called his name. She called again. Then she saw the pistol on the ground. The August sun blazed down. She screamed. She felt faint. She ran for her phone, called 911. An ambulance arrived. Police arrived. They discovered notes for her and her family. Her sister and brother-in-law arrived. The cops enlisted him to help clean up. Pieces of skull, chunks of hair, the body covered, carried off. The gun was confiscated as evidence. The gun bought for home protection. There were some teenagers riding motorbikes and some new neighbors that looked different. And this one I wrote fairly recently. This was a letter addressed to gun manufacturers. So it's, Dear Gun Manufacturers. Hello, remember me? I was that little girl toting a .22 on my bicycle, going target shooting at tin cans on our farm. Remember how my dad kept your loaded guns propped up in our bedroom in case of a rabid animal, a terminally ill pet, or a hawk stealing the chickens? You might remember how my brother earned a sharpshooter medal in the Army for being so accurate with one of your M14s. And my uncle, how he hunted deer, ducks, rabbits to put food on the table in the Depression. You were the ones who made sure the military and the law enforcement held the deadliest stash of weaponry, so they had the upper hand against the bad guys. We felt safe in school, the mall, the theater, restaurants, parks, post offices, churches, crowds. I grew up with your guns. I know their prior purposes, but now the wrong guns are in the wrong hands of the wrong people for all the wrong reasons. But your revenue is soaring, you say, while over 100 die of gun violence every day. Do you not read the headlines and hear the body count? Why are you silent? What has changed you? Why are you not screaming enough, enough? So many innocents slaughtered by your weapons. Little children, my God, how can you stand by? What evil has possessed you? Do something, do anything to stop this insane carnage. Every time someone pulls the trigger, every time your prophets tear the flesh of another human being, every time you pander to politicians, remember at every funeral, for every broken heart, it is you pulling the trigger. Enough, enough. Dear God, I pray. Thank you.
Oh my goodness. Let's go, Evelyn. Oh, you know, you talk to these people through email and through social media, and you never see their face, and then you see their face, and then you hear them read their words. I mean, it's just, yes, let's go. Thank you so much, Evelyn, for being part of this journey and for your kindness and your belief in the process of this project as we've gone through. Let's go. I'm excited for the future, for the change, for the things that we get to talk about that are joyful and not sad, right? Because we're going to affect change. We're manifesting it. We're bringing it. We will affect change. So we can all come together to celebrate good things. Celebrating good things, Shaki G, right? She's up next. Your cat always wants to be part of the show. You know that. Shaki is amazing. Not only is she part of our Word is Right family, but she also is part of our 2023 debut poets, the same as Alexis Garcia. So we're super, super excited to be launching Shaki G's book. I always tell her, I say, I believe she really is the next great American poet. I don't mind saying that in front of all of you. And it's not she don't feel pressure because she knows she's great. But seriously, she's amazing. And we're really honored to have her. And after Shockey will be Karen Scott, and then we'll finish up with Sydney Conte. Let me get you spotlighted, Shockey, and take it away.
All right, so I have two pieces I'm going to read. These two pieces are not in the anthology. I have two other pieces in there, so check those out as well. I want to echo what Coach Ja had said earlier, that when there is a shooting, it's more than just the victim and their families who have feelings. So this first poem is actually written about a cousin of mine. When I was young, he was shot through the window while holding his newborn baby in his arms. And I wrote this in response to that. The fall was just slightly warm, leaves parachuting in the wind, praying to hit the ground softly. See another day. It was Halloween and hot apple cider, watching children throwing footballs in the street, each down broken by cars driving by on the brick-laid road. Those nights, we fell asleep to raindrops on leaf piano keys, a recital of innocence. We awoke to frozen tundra icicle threats above our heads, to the news that bullets fall like snowflakes, and daddy's arms are safe, but only for the ones being held. Daddies hit the ground like an avalanche, cold snow blanketing our hearts. We watched our naivete freeze to death that winter. Seems winter comes by too often in the hood, skipping seasons and heartbeats, sometimes even homes. Boys holding heat and bringing winter, count their sentences in summer, say they'll be home in another 5. It's like they don't account for winters when they never feel the snow. All right, and the second piece is called The Interview. In the interview after the shooting, the best friend says he was not bullied. In fact, he often was the bully, the weird kid turned nuisance. He was not a loner. As kids, he always wanted to play cop so he could carry the biggest gun and shoot anyone. What I mean is, we all saw this coming, but no one tried to stop it. How do you stop a bullet that even the body does not invite inside? Have you dared to look into an exit wound and ask it why? Did you know the exit wound from an AR-15 is about the size of a softball? I mean, the size of a mother's broken heart when her child couldn't run home. No one bats an eye when children die. Have you seen the size of a casket built to bury someone's future? How it's smaller than someone who can't get over their past. How the weight of hatred is always heavy, held down by its own gravity. Poets turn pallbearer. We carry these tragedies on our backs. In our poems, everyone is bulletproof. Our loved ones always make it home. And if they don't, our poems become eulogies. Here lies another victim. Preceded in death by their hopes and dreams, we rewrite the narrative. Do not let them say he was a good guy. Write the monster out of the closet. Replace it with justice. In fact, change the channel. Cut the interview. Do not search for justification. There is none. By the end of this poem, there will be more victims. Another shooter. Another fucking interview.
Oh my God. Yeah. All of that. Let us soak in. I mean, it's just, there's no fighting it at this point. Accept it. Because yeah, she's 100% right. What just happened? As by the end of this poem, there'll be another victim. Let's go. Thank you, Shockey. 2 more poets tonight. 2 more great esteemed poets who I love deeply. The great Karen Scott. an incredible poet from Ohio, is let me go ahead and my wonderful co-host already found her. Thank you so much, my wonderful co-host. All right, Karen, I'm going to spotlight you, and then Sydney, you will wrap us up tonight.
I was going to say, I rarely write poems about current events because the news is fleeting, and by the time you get the poem written, it's irrelevant. But deaths by gun violence just keep coming and coming and coming. Marissa, thank you for giving a home to the one that I'm going to read out of the anthology. Mainstream media, responsible mainstream media, has begun to focus on the victims and never mention the murderer's name. And I took most of the lines out of this poem out of an article about the victims. And so, and just living for the day that these poems are irrelevant. And my poem in the anthology is titled, "Is It Still Called a Cento If Some of the Lines Are Your Own?" He was a good big brother, a natural leader, an eager learner. She was on the honor roll. They were athletes, a softball all-star, soccer players, swimmers. She was a sweet, smart, shy tomboy, a good friend. She loved her cat. She was a planner, already planning her quinceanera. She had just received her first communion. He stole them away from us. She wanted to be a cheerleader. She wanted to be a lawyer. She was going to be a marine biologist. He wanted to be a police officer to protect other people. She wanted to be a veterinarian. She loved to draw. She wanted to be an art teacher. She was practicing photography. She wanted to visit Australia. He stole their futures, their possibilities. She had been married 24 years to her high school sweetheart. He died of a broken heart 2 days later. They called it a heart attack. He brewed his grandparents a pot of coffee every morning. She called her daughter every day at 4:30 as she left the school. Her daughter posted, "I don't know how to do this life without you, but I will take care of Dad. I will take care of our dogs, and I will forever say your name." She tried to call 911. Instead of taking or destroying her phone, the murderer shot her. Her favorite color was blue, especially on butterflies. She enjoyed fishing with her dad. Her father drove her to school each day. She didn't want to go to school that day, as if she knew something bad was going to happen. Her favorite color, the same as mine, green. She enjoyed reading on the couch, like me. I can't fathom having to identify my child by DNA. In a state that has already disrupted so many children's lives, politicians at microphones say, "Our hearts go out to the parents." The crowds chant, "Do something, please do something." The only thing that happens is more killing. She dreamed of going to art school in Paris. Thank you.
Oh my God, let's go. Oh, Karen Scott. Oh, it's been too long. You have to, oh, I need more of you. Like, I need you on the regular, like a cup of coffee. Yes, thank you so much for being part of this and for being here today. I appreciate you so much. All right. Last but certainly not least, and then I'll finish us out tonight. Sydney Conte is here. Sydney is a Sierra Leone born poet who resides in the UK, who I'm super excited about. This poet has blown me away, I think, since the very first day I met him. And Sydney, your video is not on. That is okay. You do not need to have your video on, but just know that I cannot spotlight you if your video is not on, but you're welcome to just read your poem, and the floor is yours.
Thank you. Can everyone hear me? Yep, okay.
Yep, we got you.
So my video is not on just because my laptop cannot handle how many amazing people in the room and I will freeze up. So apologies, just technical error from my side. So I'm going to read two pieces. They're both not going to, I'm going to read two newer pieces. You guys can check out the piece I have in the book. I love it. It's amazing. I'm going to just hopefully bless you guys with some new pieces. So this piece is called When Death Surrounds You. I breathe in death. Lets its claws ravage my throat. Red, raw, it left me sore. And all I spoke was nothingness, as words are in death's grip. I wonder what he thinks as he sees a bullet traveling towards his life. Death forced his way into his blood, reaching muscles, holding an extension of death, a gun, death outfitting itself to show its face to the world. Muscles freeze as death keeps its hostage. I wonder how it feels as death surrounds him, comes through the hole in his stomach. Now all he has become is death. Death has climbed into his heart, stopping it. I close my eyes as this war zone has become the home of death, and I, death's host. Thank you. And the second piece, so this one's going to be a bit longer. This one's inspired by a shooting, this one's inspired more by just mass shootings in general. Goes like this. From the distance, they look like stars, shining, shimmering shades of something that should not be in this world. Look further as they fall through the sky. They seem to cry. Maybe it's the moisture. Most likely it's them mourning the eulogies they will inspire. Look further still. They go supernova, spraying a planetary nebula of flesh, dust clouds of blood, and the gravity of the situation fuses everything with pain and anguish. Even further, the sky is not the limits of space, but is low among the people. The stars shine a metallic way. Stars should not ooze death, but these do. Some moments, the belief in God is hard. The idea of someone controlling life and death scares me. Seeing a trigger pull shatter lives into stardust makes me realize a gun can create human gods. Gods of death and war. Makes me realize some gods should never be. So please, let's not make the gun create another god of death. Thank you.
Oh my God, Sydney, let's go. Your family is here. They must be so proud of you, as we are. I met Sydney early on in the pandemic, and he never ceases to amaze me with the incredible things that he brings to the table. I'm going to go ahead and invite everyone to unmute, or at least make it to where everyone can unmute for a few minutes and do a crazy clapping, cheering, whatever you want, like you're let out of your mute cage for a few minutes.
Yeah! Yeah! Oh, release.
Boom. Boom. Thank you, poets. You all brought the fire. It was ridiculously good.
So true.
Right?
So true. Bring the fire.
So ridiculously great, right? And as we close out tonight, I just want to super thank my co-host, Don Krager, for co-hosting with me tonight and making sure that we got the people on. We didn't do too bad. We're behind by about 25 minutes tonight. It's not too bad considering it was a 4-hour show. So thank you all for bearing with us and with the show. Thank you to all of the brave people who put their heart and soul into these books. If you have not got your copy of American Graveyard Calls to End Gun Violence, please do so. Buy 2, buy 1 and give 1 away. The art book also is available. It is only $20 for the art book and $25 for the literary anthology. If you just want to send this book to U.S. State Senator, if you go to the website, you can pick the specific state until it runs out. But if you just want to do the sponsor the senator link, the QR code we showed earlier, we will send it to whichever ones are left over. It is a huge undertaking and call for hours. Thank you so much, Coach Shaw Smalls, for writing the foreword for American Graveyard, the lit book, but also for collaborating with me on the cover. Thank you so much, Ella Diem, for the cover art for the art book. The cover art says everything, right? For those who are in power, who can nominate this book beyond the scope of what I can nominate for, we were talking a little bit about in the beginning of perhaps nominating this for something like the Nobel Peace Prize. You have to be a professor at a university to do that. I am not that, but we do have professors of universities in this anthology, and certainly it is well deserving of a recognition like that. This is something that should be in the hands of everyone, and it does call for an end to gun violence. That is something that could propel the momentum of this book to the next place where I can't take it. So together we can all rise is my motto on that. The outreach committee, if you're interested in being part of that outreach committee, check your email. We have 10 folks already signed up to help with that. That is to help work and network with other organizations around an end to gun violence. So we can help lift each other up and do the things that we need to do so that we can do the things we want to do. If you're interested in sponsoring a senator, just go on the website and do that, please. If you don't know what to do, if you're like, wow, I really want to do something, but I don't know what to do, or if you have that friend who's so upset and angry about the gun violence, but they don't know what to do, they can buy the book. Because we're, with the outreach committee, we're going to start looking at where else we can plug into different organizations around the U.S. and around the world to really start to bring our message home to lawmakers. They can sponsor a senator. If you go to the website, redorgreenbooks.com, right, it's Red, R-E-A-D. I plugged this at the beginning of the show today. Red, R-E-A-D. If you go to the shop, you can see which states. I literally have all 50 states plus Washington, D.C. on there. You can see which states have been bought out, which states have not, and you can go and sponsor a senator for those states. It's sent totally anonymously. And again, keep coming to the Red or Green Books events. We have the debut poets that are launching this summer. We have 8 incredible debut authors we're launching this summer. We have the New Mexico Poetry Festival coming up in September 8th, 9th, and 10th. It's a 3-day festival. If you've never been to New Mexico, because maybe you never thought it was part of the United States before now, like straight up, that's okay. We don't hate you for that. Yes, we are part of the United States. We do speak English. It is fine. But you should come here and experience the Southwest, especially in September. It's going to be a beautiful time. We may even be able to get a hot air balloon around that time, because those are the times when we're clocking flight hours for the hot air balloon festival, which is in October. So we'll see what happens. No promises, but there's a lot of things that are happening in New Mexico. It's wonderful here. I just love being part of New Mexico. So come, if you have not ever thought about coming to New Mexico, consider September. Otherwise, thank you all so very much for being part of this journey. I am here for you, and hopefully you can all still unmute if you need to. I hope I haven't restricted anyone. If you feel like you need to unmute, you're welcome to. But I thank you all for being here on this journey. I thank you. I'm blessed by you. I'm blessed by this journey. Yeah.
Marissa,
yes.
Marissa, can I interrupt for 1 minute?
Yes,
to
please,
thank
Jane.
you for all of your hard work. You've been amazing. You've been the push behind this. You've been the inspiration behind this. I know you're spending sleepless nights behind this. I can't thank you enough. All the poets and I have been trying our best to support you in what you do. You are so important in the community. Thank you so much, Marissa. Peace and blessings to you.
Thank you to Jane. Thank you so much. This is not a solo effort. Like no one person could have made this happen. It wouldn't be here without each and every one of you. It also is not lost on me that the first day that I went to mail out the books to you guys, and I say guys loosely to you all, I was looking down at my phone and I got the notification about Nashville. Literally, I was standing in line at the post office with a mound of books in envelopes and boxes to mail off when I got the news about Nashville. And one of the little girls who was shot, looks just like my daughter. She's like a doppelganger for my daughter. And my daughter's almost 9, and this little girl was 9. So I know we're on the right path. I know we're on the right path and we're doing the right work. And it's also not lost on me that when I put together American Graveyard, I put volume 1 on this because I knew, I know in my soul as a mom, I know that there's gonna be more. And so, like for those who don't know my story, I volunteered a lot in my daughter's elementary school before COVID. I was there once or twice a week. I've been there for active shooter drills. Got to know the teachers and the administrators real well. I got to be there, present during those active shooter drills. And so this really is incredibly close to my heart as a mom to do this, but to know that there's going to be more volumes coming. We really have to change stuff. So I thank you all for being part of this change, and I'm excited for the future. I know we're looking at being in Las Vegas, Nevada in October for the Las Vegas Book Fair. If you have a book fair near you that you want us to be at, reach out to me, let me know. We're not funded by a large conglomerate or by tech startup money. Okay, it's just me. It's just me and some COVID relief money that started this press. Okay, we're very humble in our origination, but we can raise the bar. We can make it happen. I am not going to lose faith in our opportunities to grow and to change. So, if there's things you want us to do, reach out to me, let me know. I'll try my best to raise the funds to be able to do those things. Okay. And if I can send you books, I'll send you books. Like, let's just keep going. Let's not stop. We can't stop. This momentum is so hard to get. Let's just keep going. And if you need anything from me, please reach out to me personally, professionally, whatever I could do for any of you. I will move mountains for all of you. Terry Rose Jertson is just joining us. Welcome, Terry Rose. She's also in the book. We're wrapping up tonight, Terry Rose, but I'm so excited that at least you were able to pop in for a little bit and see us. This recording I'm going to upload to YouTube for The Word is Right. I'm going to open an Red or Green Books YouTube as well and try to get all these lives going and started in places. But Facebook, The Word is Right, that live is on the Facebook page. You can share it to anyone. They do not need to have a Facebook account. So feel free to share that live. If you would like the live directly from me on the Zoom recording, let me know. I can send it to you, but it's only available until I move it off the Zoom account. Okay. Otherwise, thank you all so much. I'll invite you guys again if you want to unmute. say goodbye, say thank you, say I love you, and we'll see you all next time.
Bye, everybody. Thank you so much. Thank you, Marissa.
Peace on earth.
Bye.
Peace
Sorry I
to
missed
us
it.
all.
Good night. Thank everyone.
Love you all.
Thanks,
job.
Marissa. And peace.
And thank you, John, so much for your co-hosting capabilities. All right, peace and blessings, everyone.
Good night,
Much love.
everyone.
I'll see
Bye,
you next
Karen.
time. Bye.
Great to see you.
Bye.